Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Chelsea. The air in the ballroom is ripe with the scent of lilies and ambition. It's a cloying combination, the kind that coats the back of your throat and makes you want to down the cheap champagne they're serving in expensive flutes. I watch the parade of fake smiles and air kisses, my own pinned in place, and my fingers find the intricate lines of the tattoos on my arm, my anchor, my armor. This is the 7th annual Best of the Bay Child Care Awards, and it's exactly as insufferable as the previous 6. It's a night where we're all supposed to pretend we're colleagues, not competitors who would slit each other's throats for a 5-star Yelp review and a feature in the Bay Area Parent magazine. And across the sea of rented tuxedos and sequins, I see him, Blake Morrison, the man who represents every single thing I've fought against my entire life. He stands in a small circle of admirers, looking effortlessly perfect in a suit that probably cost more than my first year of business insurance. His dirty blonde hair is artfully tousled, and even from here, I can see the glint of his ridiculously expensive watch. He laughs at something someone says, and the dimple in his left cheek makes an appearance. I hate that dimple. I hate it with the fire of 1,000 suns. For 3 years, his bright beginnings has been the thorn in my side, the pristinely manicured, trust fund baby version of my Little Dreamers Academy. He built his empire on a foundation of family money. I built mine on sleepless nights, instant ramen, and sheer bloody-minded will. He talks about pedagogy and developmental frameworks. I talk about wiping noses, kissing scraped knees, and knowing which kid needs a hug versus which one needs 5 minutes of quiet time with a worn-out copy of The Very Hungry Caterpillar. We are rivals. It's a clean, simple fact. The only thing that isn't simple is the infuriating electric hum that zings through the air whenever we're in the room together. It feels like this now, a low-frequency thrum beneath the drone of the keynote speaker. A string pulled taut between us across the crowded ballroom. My assistant and best friend, Maya, materializes at my elbow. "Don't look now," she mutters, but Trust Fund Ken is staring over here. "I'm not looking," I lie, mine eyes still locked on him. As if he can feel my stare, his gaze lifts and collides with mine. His smile tightens, just a fraction, the dimple vanishing. The polite mask of the golden boy is replaced by the cool assessment of the competitor. I lift my champagne flute in a mock toast, my own smile all teeth. He gives me a slow, deliberate nod before turning back to his sycophants. My fingers trace the looping script of the word invincible hidden among the henna-style swirls on my skin. A reminder. After an eternity of dry chicken and even drier speeches, they get to our category. Excellence in Early Childhood Education. My name is called as a nominee, a smattering of polite applause. Then his name is called. The applause is thunderous. Of course it is. The Morrisons probably bought a dozen tables. My stomach twists into a hard, painful knot. This award means more than a trophy I'll stick in my office. It's validation. It's a middle finger to every person who ever looked at a foster kid and saw a statistic. It's everything. And the winner is the presenter, a local news anchor with impossibly white teeth, tears open the envelope. The pause is pure theater. Bright Beginnings Academy. The room erupts. I force my face into a neutral expression, clapping along with everyone else as Blake makes his way to the stage. The sound of my own polite applause is a dull roar in my ears. He accepts the award, gives a charming, self-deprecating speech about teamwork and passion, and thanks his parents for their unwavering support. I almost gag on my champagne. I should leave. Just get up, walk out, and go home to my empty apartment. But I can't. That would be admitting defeat. So I stay, a statue of good sportsmanship, while my insides curdle. When he steps off the stage, his path back to his table takes him directly past mine. He could have gone another way. He chooses not to. He stops. The picture of magnanimity, the heavy glass award clutched in one hand. "Chelsea," he says, his voice smooth and measured. "Tough break. You run a great program. Really, it's amazing what you've accomplished with the resources you have." The condescension is so thick I could choke on it. My nails dig into my palm. "Thanks, Blake. It must be nice to have unlimited resources to play with." A muscle in his perfect jaw clenches, the first crack in his control. It's not about resources. It's about methodology, structure. "Perhaps you should consider..." "Consider what?" I stand up, slowly. We're closer now. Close enough that I can smell the clean, crisp scent of his cologne, something expensive and understated that smells like money and confidence. "Let me guess. A new spreadsheet for playtime?" "A 5-year plan," he counters, his voice dropping lower, losing its public-facing charm. Something beyond just winging it with passion. Passion is what built my business. Passion is what connects with those kids. Something you wouldn't understand. And structure is what will make it last. He shoots back, taking a small step forward, invading my space. His eyes, a startlingly bright green, are intense. The air crackles. The background noise of the gala fades away until it's just the two of us in our own little bubble of animosity. "You can't build a legacy on feelings, Chelsea. Sooner or later, you'll burn out." His arrogance is a physical thing, pressing in on me. The words are a direct hit on my deepest fear. That I'm not enough, that what I've built is fragile. My breath hitches. He's too close, his 6'2" frame looming over me. I can feel the heat rolling off him. For a split second, my gaze drops to his mouth, and a strange, unwelcome thought flickers through my mind. He must see something in my eyes, because a flicker of triumph crosses his face. He gestures with the hand holding his wine glass. "All I'm saying is..." The back of his hand clips my arm. It's a careless, dismissive movement. Time seems to slow down as the glass of red wine tilts. A perfect ruby arc slicing through the air. It hits the front of my white dress, a shocking, violent splash of crimson against the pristine fabric. A collective gasp ripples from the tables around us. The wine is cold against my skin, a stark contrast to the hot, sick rage that floods my entire being. I look down at the stain, a jagged, ugly bloom spreading across my chest like a wound. Then I look up at him. He's frozen, his eyes wide, the empty wine glass still in his hand. "Chelsea, I'm so sorry. It was an accident." But I don't hear an apology. I hear dismissal. I see 3 years of him looking down on me, of him representing a world that was never meant for me. I see the culmination of 1,000 tiny cuts. My actions are pure instinct. There's no thought, no plan, just a raw, primal need to wipe that look of shocked pity off his perfect face. My hand closes around the stem of my champagne flute. With a movement that is surprisingly steady, I take one step forward, closing the last bit of distance between us. I raise the glass, and I tip it, slowly, deliberately, over his perfectly styled dirty blonde hair. The champagne is cold and bubbly. It runs in rivulets down his forehead, past his sharp cheekbones, dripping from the end of his aristocratic nose. The room goes utterly silent, All I can hear is the frantic beat of my own heart and the fizz of champagne bubbles in his hair. He stares at me, green eyes blazing with a mixture of shock and something else, something dark and dangerous. He doesn't move. He just watches me, dripping and furious. And in that moment, standing in the wreckage of our professional reputations, with the entire Bay Area childcare community as our audience, the only thing I can think is, now we're even. I place my empty flute on the table with a decisive click, turn on my heel, and walk away. The feeling of 100 pairs of eyes on my back and the spreading cold stain on my dress.
Chapter 2. Blake. The first thing I do when I get home is stand under the scalding spray of the shower for 22 minutes. I time it. I scrub my hair twice, then a third time, trying to obliterate the phantom scent of cheap champagne and public humiliation. It doesn't work. The memory is sticky, clinging to my skin long after the water has run cold. Now, standing in the sterile quiet of my kitchen, the morning light cutting sharp angles across the white quartz countertops, I'm still dissecting the failure. My morning routine is a precise practice sequence. Grind the beans, measure the water, time the pour-over to the second. Control. Method. It's the foundation of everything I've built. Last night I lost control completely. My phone buzzes on the counter, a harsh vibration against the stone. It's a text from my mother. Darling, the phone has been ringing off the hook. The Barclays saw everything. Please tell me you have a plan to manage this. I run a hand through my damp hair. It's not a question of if I'm okay. It's never a question of if I'm okay. It's a question of optics, of management. I type back a response that is both reassuring and utterly devoid of detail. It's being handled. Before I can put the phone down, it rings. The caller ID reads, Father. I adjust the wire-rimmed glasses I only wear in the privacy of my own home and answer, bracing myself. David, I say, my voice level. Blake! What in the hell was that? His voice is a low growl, the sound of a boardroom deal going south. Patricia is beside herself. You let some woman, a competitor no less, assault you in a room full of your peers and our investors. You looked weak. It was a chaotic situation. The excuse sounds lame even to my own ears. It was an unmitigated disaster. You were supposed to be the face of dependable, structured excellence. Instead, you became a meme. I've already seen the video. A cold knot forms in my gut. Video? Circulating on all the local parent blogs. You, dripping. Her, looking like some kind of avenging angel. It's a terrible look, Blake. Fix it. The line goes dead. I close my eyes, the image he painted burning on the back of my eyelids. Avenging angel. He's not wrong. For a woman who runs her business on what appears to be finger paint fumes and good vibes, Chelsea Williams knows how to make an impact. I abandon my perfect coffee and head to bright beginnings. The moment I walk through the door, the familiar scent of lavender-scented, child-safe cleaner and the quiet hum of the air purifier settles some of the frantic energy inside me. This is my world, a world of order. The cubbies are labeled in a neat sans-serif font. The toys are sorted by developmental category in clear plastic bins. The daily schedule is displayed on a smartboard, timed down to the minute. This is my structured response to the Morrison legacy, my proof that I can build something meaningful, something better than another soulless real estate venture. My lead teacher, Sarah, greets me with a sympathetic wince. Morning, Blake. Rough night? You could say that. The group chat is active, she says, her attempt at diplomacy failing. For what it's worth, I think she was completely unprofessional. She was, I agree, though the word doesn't feel quite right. It wasn't unprofessional. It was primal. It was a declaration of war. In my office, I stare out the one-way glass at the main playroom. The children are engaged in sensory play, each at their designated station. It's calm. productive. It's everything her daycare isn't. On instinct, I pull up the website for Little Dreamers Academy. It's a riot of color and candid photos. There's no talk of developmental frameworks, just testimonials from happy parents. The gallery is full of pictures of kids covered in mud, paint, and joy. And in half of them, there's Chelsea, right in the heart of the chaos, her hair escaping its intricate braids, a genuine, unforced smile on her face. In one photo, she's on the floor, a gaggle of toddlers climbing all over her like she's a piece of playground equipment. Her head is thrown back in a silent laugh. I find myself zooming in on the image. I try to analyze it from a professional standpoint. The lack of structure is appalling. The potential for injury is significant. But the engagement level is off the charts. The children adore her. They orbit her. What is it about her? This fierce, unpredictable woman who built a thriving business from nothing, who commands loyalty from parents and children alike, who looked at me last night with such unadulterated contempt that it felt like a brand. I've spent 3 years trying to decode her, to understand the variable she introduces into every equation. She's the one element in my carefully constructed world that I can't quantify or control. I think of her last night, the fury in her dark eyes, the way she stood up to me, unflinching, the deliberate, almost graceful way she poured that champagne. It was an act of pure, unadulterated defiance. Part of me, a part I refused to acknowledge, was impressed. A name flashes in my mind. Eleanor Brown, Landon's grandmother. A formidable woman, sharp as a tack, who had her grandson enrolled at both of our centers. She'd attend an open house at Bright Beginnings and praise our structured curriculum. Then the next week she'd be at Little Dreamers, telling Chelsea how much she admired its nurturing atmosphere. She played us against each other, a shrewd investor surveying the market. She saw something in both of our methods. I wonder what she would think of the video. My desk phone buzzes, pulling me from my thoughts. It's Sarah on the intercom. Blake, there's a call for you on line 1. Mr. James Wright. The name is unfamiliar. Did he say what it's regarding? There's a brief pause. Yes. He said it's a personal and urgent matter, regarding the estate of Eleanor Brown. The quiet hum of my office server suddenly seems deafening. The perfectly organized playroom outside my window fades, the colors blurring at the edges. A sudden sharp chill traces its way down my spine. What's going on?
Chapter 3. Chelsea. The smell of my victory is not lavender-scented, child-safe cleaner. It's the smell of warm crayons, recently wiped down vinyl mats, and the faint sweet ghost of graham crackers that lingers in the air no matter how many times we clean. It's the chaotic symphony of a dozen 4-year-olds building a block tower that's destined for glorious collapse. This is my kingdom. And in my kingdom, I am the queen. I'm on the floor, cross-legged on a bright blue foam mat, helping a little girl named Sophia thread chunky wooden beads onto a string. Her tongue is stuck out in concentration, a perfect mirror of my own expression. This is my happy place, the one place where the noise of the outside world fades to a manageable hum. Heard the video has 7,000 views. Maya's voice cuts through my concentration. She sinks down next to me, tucking her purple-streaked hair behind an ear full of silver piercings. She holds out her phone. I don't have to look. I've already seen it. A shaky cell phone video, filmed from across the ballroom. The quality is terrible, but the action is crystal clear. Blake Morrison's condescending lean in, the shocking splash of red on my white dress, and my own slow, deliberate act of retaliation. The comments section is a war zone. Half the moms of the Bay Area are calling me their hero. The other half are calling for my business license to be revoked. Team Chelsea is winning for the record, Maya adds, nudging me with her shoulder. The trust fund Ken got what was coming to him contingent is very vocal. I don't care. I slide a blue bead onto Sophia's string. It's a lie. I care so much that my teeth ache with it. I spent all night scrolling, my thumb rubbing over the worn engraving of my locket, the one thing I have from my grandmother. Each negative comment felt like a confirmation of what Blake said, of what his perfect, polished world thinks of me, that I'm unprofessional, uncouth, that I'm just winging it. You're a legend, C. You did what we've all been dreaming of for 3 years. I ruined a $300 dress and probably my entire professional reputation, I mutter. You created a brand, she counters. You're the daycare owner who doesn't take anything from the rich boys. It's a good brand. A sudden wail cuts through the playroom din. Over in the reading nook, little Leo is on the precipice of a full-blown meltdown. He's clutching a stuffed giraffe, his face screwed up and red, tears tracking clean paths through a smear of what looks like blueberry muffin. One of our newer assistants, a sweet girl, fresh out of her ECE program, is trying to handle it by the book. Leo, can you use your words to tell me what's wrong? She asks, her voice pitched a little too high with gentle panic. Leo's response is to let out a shriek that could shatter glass. I untangle myself from Sophia's beading project and move across the room. I don't say a word. I just drop to my knees in front of Leo, getting on his level. His chest is heaving, his little body rigid with distress. I look at the book in his lap, then at the giraffe in his arms. Gigi the giraffe doesn't like that story? I ask, my voice low and calm. Leo shakes his head, a fresh sob bubbling up. He shoves the giraffe toward me. He's scared. Ah. I nod. All seriousness, I take the stuffed animal from him. The big bad wolf. I get it. He's a jerk. I turn the giraffe so it's facing me. It's okay, Gigi. The wolf doesn't win. The piggies are smarter. Leo watches me, his crying subsiding into shaky, hiccuping breaths. I smooth down the giraffe's yarn mane. See? All better. I hand Gigi back to him, and he clutches the toy to his chest, his shoulders finally relaxing. He leans forward and presses his sticky, tear-streaked face into my shoulder. My arms come up around him automatically, one hand rubbing his back. The scent of kid and comfort fills my senses. This is it. This is magic. It's not in a curriculum or a 5-year plan. It's in this. The instinct to know a 4-year-old isn't throwing a tantrum. He's projecting his fear onto a stuffed animal. It's the passion Blake Morrison thinks is a liability. The thought of him, of his cool dismissal, makes my hand curl into a fist at my side. Sooner or later, you'll burn out. His words echo in my head, a toxic whisper against the backdrop of Leo's steadying breaths. It's the oldest fear I have, that this thing I've built, this life I've clawed into existence for myself, is temporary, that one day the passion won't be enough, and I'll have nothing left. People from my world don't get legacies. We just get by. I look down at my right arm, at the intricate black lines coiling around my skin. My fingers trace the curves and swirls, the patterns that turned scars I didn't choose into art that I did. It's my personal declaration of independence, a reminder that I am the architect of my own life. I don't need a man with a trust fund and a condescending smirk to tell me how to build something that lasts. Leo pulls back, his crisis averted. He gives me a watery smile and toddles off to the block corner. I stay on my knees for a moment, the ghost of his small arms around my neck. That's when my cell phone, the one on the private line I keep in my office, starts ringing. Maya's head whips around, her eyes wide. That phone never rings unless it's important. An actual emergency. I push myself to my feet and stride into my small, cluttered office, closing the door behind me. The caller ID is a blocked number. My stomach tightens. I answer, my voice all business. Chelsea Williams. Miss Williams. The voice on the other end is male, formal, and cold as a morgue slab. My name is James Wright. I'm an attorney. I immediately brace myself. A lawsuit. One of the gala attendees, or worse, Blake Morrison himself, suing me for assault with a sparkling beverage. Okay. I'm calling on behalf of the estate of my client, Eleanor Brown. The name hits me like a sledgehammer. Eleanor, Landon's grandmother. The sharp, elegant woman who always had a knowing twinkle in her eye. My mind scrambles. Did I do something wrong? Was there a problem with Landon's care? I'm sorry to have to inform you of her passing, the lawyer continues, his tone devoid of any actual sorrow. And I must request your presence at my office tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to discuss an urgent and time-sensitive matter pertaining to her will. My brain short-circuits. Passing? Her will? Why in God's name would I be involved in her will? We weren't friends. I was her grandson's daycare provider. I think you have the wrong person, I say, voice tight. I can assure you I do not, Ms. Williams, he says. It is imperative that you attend. And just so you are fully prepared, please be advised that Blake Morrison has also been summoned and will be in attendance. The room tilts. All the air evacuates my lungs. Blake? Me? A dead woman's will. None of it makes sense. It's a puzzle with pieces from 3 different boxes. And in my experience, when things don't make sense, it's because someone is about to get screwed, and the person who usually gets screwed looks a lot like me. I'll be there, I say, the words suddenly feeling like gravel in my mouth. I hang up the phone, my hand shaking slightly. My fingers go to my forearm, gripping it tight. The hard lines of my tattoos are a small, solid anchor in a world that has just been pitched into a storm. This is a threat. I don't know how or why, but every instinct I've honed over a lifetime of survival is screaming at me. This is a fight, and I have no clue what the rules are.
Chapter 4. Blake. I press the button for line 1, the plastic cool and unyielding beneath my thumb. This is Blake Morrison. Mr. Morrison. The voice that comes through the receiver is clipped, formal, and carries the expensive, weighted silence of a downtown law firm. My name is James Wright. I'm an attorney representing the estate of Eleanor Brown. The name hangs in the air of my silent, orderly office. Eleanor Brown. I immediately picture her. Impeccable Chanel suits, a shrewd, intelligent gaze that missed nothing, and the subtle, amused smile that always made me feel as though I were a fascinating specimen under a microscope. An unconventional woman, full of surprises. She once told me my color-coded learning stations were a brilliant attempt to legislate childhood. I wasn't sure if it was a compliment or an insult. I'm sorry, I say, my own voice sounding distant. The estate? I regret to inform you of her passing, Wright says, his tone as emotional as a stock ticker. She died 2 nights ago. A sudden cardiac event. The information doesn't process emotionally. It's data. A variable has been unexpectedly removed from the system. 2 nights ago, the night of the awards, the night I was publicly doused in champagne. The thought is irrelevant, yet my mind makes the connection anyway. My first logical thought is for her grandson. Landon. Is he all right? He is physically unharmed and currently in the care of his housekeeper, the lawyer states, offering no further comfort. Which brings me to the purpose of my call. I am requesting your presence at my office tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We need to discuss an urgent and time-sensitive matter pertaining to Mrs. Brown's will and Landon's future. The pieces refuse to connect. The logic gate is closed. I run the sequence again. A deceased client, a summons from a lawyer, an urgent matter regarding her will. The conclusion is missing. Why me? My interactions with Eleanor were always pleasant, always professional, but limited to quarterly parent-teacher conferences and the occasional drop-in. I'm an educator, not a confidant. Mr. Wright, I think there may be a mistake, I say, straightening an already perfectly aligned stack of admission files on my desk. While I'm deeply sorry to hear about Eleanor, my relationship with her was purely professional. There is no mistake. The finality in his voice is absolute. It's the voice of a man who doesn't waste time on debate. Eleanor's instructions were explicit and detailed. Your presence is not optional, Mr. Morrison. It is required. Required. The word grates on me. My life is a structure of my own design, a deliberate construction of choices made to distance myself from the obligations of my family name. I don't require it. And if I decline, I challenge. The question, a reflex. There's a pause on the other end of the line, a silence that is somehow heavier than his words. I would strongly advise against that course of action, he says, and the temperature in my office seems to drop a few degrees. The consequences of your non-attendance would be significant for all parties involved. All parties. Who the hell are all parties? My mind races through possibilities. Did Eleanor leave a donation to Bright Beginnings? A scholarship fund in her name? None of it tracks with the gravity in this man's voice. This doesn't feel like a charitable contribution. This feels like a subpoena. I remember Landon, a quiet, bright boy with his grandmother's observant eyes. He's a model student, follows directions, participates in group activities, scores in the 98th percentile on his developmental assessments. He's good data, but he's also the kid who once asked me, during a lesson on emotions, if being quiet was the same as being sad. The question was so unexpected, so emotionally astute for a 4-year-old, that it momentarily broke through my professional detachment. He's not just a data point. He's a kid who just lost the only family he has. And I'm somehow important enough to be called. Why? The thought hits me sharp and unwelcome. Chelsea. Eleanor was a client of Little Dreamers, too. She was always comparing us. A little tidbit about Chelsea's wonderfully chaotic art projects here. A comment on my reassuringly structured reading time there. She treated our rival daycares like a social experiment. Is Chelsea Williams aware of this? The question leaves my mouth before I can stop it. I don't know why I ask. It's not a logical leap. It's an instinct that tells me this web, whatever it is more tangled than I can see. The lawyer's silence is infinitesimal, but it's enough. It's an answer. I'm not at liberty to discuss other parties, Mr. Morrison, he says, voice a smooth, impenetrable wall. My office is on the 40th floor of the Transamerica Pyramid. The front desk will have your name, 10 o'clock. He disconnects, leaving only a dial tone humming in my ear. I place the receiver back in its cradle with methodical precision. My hands are steady. My breathing is even. But inside, my carefully ordered world is tilting on its axis. The quiet hum of the air purifier suddenly sounds like an alarm. Eleanor Brown, a woman full of surprises. Even, it seems, in death. I stand up and walk to the one-way glass, looking out at the playroom. The children move through their scheduled activities, a predictable, comforting flow of cause and effect. It's a closed system, controllable, manageable. But tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock I have to walk into an unknown variable. A situation I haven't planned for, a problem I can't analyze, a meeting about a dead woman's last wishes. My fingers find the temples of my glasses, adjusting them, a useless, familiar motion. A cold weight settles in my gut, dense and heavy. I have no idea what's coming next, and I hate it.
Chapter 5. Chelsea. The silence in my apartment is like a physical entity. It's a thick, heavy blanket that smothers the familiar city sounds from the street below. My office at Little Dreamers is my kingdom, but this place, this small one-bedroom apartment I fought tooth and nail for, is my sanctuary. And right now, it feels like the walls are closing in. Eleanor is dead. The thought doesn't feel real. It's a headline about a stranger, not the woman who would show up unannounced with Viennese pastries and a critical eye, assessing my program with the precision of a master strategist. We weren't close. Not in any traditional sense, but there was a strange, unspoken respect between us. She saw the steel beneath my smile. I saw the loneliness beneath her Chanel. Then the second, sharper thought hits me, a punch to the gut that almost buckles my knees. Landon, my God, that poor little boy. He's 4 years old. His entire world was his grandmother. I sink onto the edge of my sofa, my head in my hands. I picture his face, his dark, serious eyes that seem to understand so much more than he let on. He's alone. My breath catches, a painful, ragged thing in my chest. I know what that feels like. The memory is a ghost, cold and sharp, of a 7-year-old girl sitting on a vinyl couch in a stranger's house, knowing with absolute certainty that no one was coming for her. My fingers automatically find my forearm, tracing the faint lines of my tattoos. The anger comes next, hot and clean, chasing away the cold dread. What the hell is going on? Why me? And the million-dollar question, why Blake? It makes no sense. It's like a prank, orchestrated from beyond the grave, tying me to the one person on this planet who represents everything I'm not. The man who looked at me with pity and condescension 2 nights ago is now, somehow, tangled up in my life in a way I can't begin to comprehend. My phone buzzes with a text from Maya. On my way, bringing wine and battle plans. An hour later, my apartment is no longer a sanctuary. It's a war room. Maya is perched on my bed, surrounded by the contents of my closet, which she has eviscerated. Take-out containers of pad thai sit on my nightstand next to an open bottle of Pinot Noir. No, she says, holding up the black, severe pantsuit I'd chosen. She dangles it from 2 fingers like it's a dead rat. Absolutely not. You're not going to a funeral, see? You're going to war. You need to look like a queen accepting the surrender of your enemies, not an intern applying for a job. It's professional, I argue, taking a large gulp of wine. It says I'm serious. It says you're scared. She tosses it onto the growing pile of rejects. You need to project power, untouchable, unflappable, unapologetic power. He's going to walk in there looking like he just stepped out of a GQ photo shoot. You have to be the main event. She dives back into the closet and emerges, triumphant, with a hanger. On it is a dress I bought on a rare impulse splurge and have never had the nerve to wear. It's a sleeveless sheath, tailored to perfection, in a stunning emerald green that makes my brown skin glow. It's deceptively simple, a high neck, a hem that hits just at the knee, but the cut is immaculate, designed to hug every curve. This, she says, her eyes gleaming. This says, I own 51% of the company, and I will not only ruin you, but I'll look incredible doing it. I'm not trying to look incredible, Maya. I'm trying to survive a meeting with a dead woman's lawyer and my arch nemesis. Same difference. She shoves the dress into my hands. Try it on. I glare at her, but I retreat to the bathroom. The silk feels cool and heavy as I slide it over my skin. When I look in the mirror, I barely recognize the woman staring back. Maya was right. The color is electric against my brown skin. The dress isn't overtly sexy, but it's undeniably feminine, hinting at the strength of the body beneath it. It's armor, but a different kind than I'm used to. Not the kind that hides, but the kind that dares you to look. When I walk out, Maya lets out a low whistle. There she is. Now for the finishing touches. She spends the next half hour in full battle commander mode. She vetoes my practical nude pumps for a pair of black stilettos with a wickedly sharp heel. She rummages through my makeup bag, selecting a warm, shimmery eyeshadow and a bold, berry-colored lipstick. This isn't a date, you know, I say as she lines my eyes with a precise dark brown pencil. Every room you walk into with that man is a battlefield, a boardroom, and a first date all rolled into one, she says, her focus absolute. Don't be naive. He sees you. I saw the way he looked at you at the awards, even before the wine incident. It wasn't just rivalry, It was awareness. A hot, sick feeling rises in my throat. I push it back down. He was aware of how much he wanted to tell me my business was going to fail. Maybe. She caps the eyeliner and pulls out a small, elegant bottle of perfume from her purse. It's my favorite, a complex scent of sandalwood and gardenia that I save for special occasions. But a man doesn't look at a woman he holds in contempt like that. He was looking at you like you're a puzzle he's desperate to solve. So tomorrow, you don't give him any answers. You just walk in there smelling like $1,000,000 and looking like you have secrets he'll never be worthy of knowing. She spritzes the perfume onto my pulse points. The scent settles around me, a final invisible layer of defense. I stand up and look at my reflection. The woman in the mirror is a stranger. Her hair is pulled back into a sleek, low bun, not a single coil out of place. Her makeup is subtle but striking, her eyes defined, her lips a deep, confident berry. The green dress clings and skims in all the right places, and the heels make me feel 2 inches taller and 1,000 times more dangerous. It's a look that's both fiercely professional and unapologetically female. It's formidable. See? Maya says softly, coming to stand behind me. That's a queen. My fingers trace the tattoos on my arm, the black ink, a stark, beautiful contrast against the vibrant green silk. This woman in the mirror, she doesn't look like she's just winging it. She doesn't look like she's going to burn out. She looks like she can handle anything. Even Blake Morrison, even a dead woman's secrets. Okay, I breathe out, the word a quiet promise to myself. Okay, I'm ready to go to war tomorrow.
Chapter 6. Blake. The offices of James Wright, Esquire, are exactly what I expect. A silent, climate-controlled testament to expensive, minimalist taste. 40 floors above the noise of the city, the only sound is the whisper-quiet hum of the building's circulation. The receptionist, a woman who looks like she was carved from ice, directs me to a corner conference room with a view that could swallow a man whole. I sit at the head of a massive mahogany table, place my leather briefcase beside me, and straighten my tie. This is a world I understand. Data, negotiation, logic. I'm prepared for a problem I can solve. The door opens and the quiet hum of the 40th floor is sliced by the sharp, confident click of a woman's heels on marble. And then she's there. My entire thought process short-circuits. I'd prepared for the woman from the gala, furious, defensive, probably clad in something severe and professional as a sign of contrition. I am not prepared for this. She's wearing a dress the color of deep emeralds, a shade so vibrant, it seems to pull all the light in the room toward it. It's a simple, elegant sheath that doesn't shout, doesn't have to. It clings to the curve of her hip, skims the line of her waist, and makes her warm brown skin look like polished amber. Her hair is swept back, accentuating the elegant line of her neck and the defiant set of her jaw. She looks taller in those lethal-looking heels, poised and powerful. A scent follows her into the room, sandalwood and something floral, a fragrance that is both sophisticated and utterly carnal. The word that forms in my mind is not rival. It's not educator. It's just woman. A raw, unfiltered biological assessment that has no place here, and yet is the only coherent thought I can form. My system, usually a clean grid of logic and planning, is now a mess of broken circuits and error messages. She stops when she sees me, her dark eyes sweeping over me, with a cool, dismissive assessment that makes the hair on my arms stand up. The air between us is no longer just charged with animosity. Now it's something else entirely. Something thicker, more complex, and 1,000 times more dangerous. "Morrison!" she says, voice a low, smooth alto that slides right under my skin. "Of course you're already here. Probably color-coded your notes for the occasion." A ridiculous, juvenile urge to provoke her, to see that fire flash in her eyes again, rises in my chest. I hate myself for it. Williams. I see you managed to find something to wear that wasn't stained." The corner of her berry-stained mouth ticks up, but it's not a smile. It's a warning. "Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find a way to ruin this one, too." She takes the seat directly opposite me, as far away as she can get, and places a slim portfolio on the table. She doesn't look at me again. She stares out at the panoramic view of the bay, a queen surveying a kingdom that has displeased her. I can't stop looking at her. The way the light catches the intricate black lines of the tattoos on her forearm against the green of her dress. It's a stunning, infuriating contrast of wildness and elegance. The door opens again and James Wright enters. He's a man in his 40s with a severe suit and an even more severe expression. He radiates a kind of implacable calm that I immediately distrust. "Mr. Morrison." "Miss Williams." "Thank you for coming," he says, taking the seat between us. He doesn't offer condolences or small talk. He gets straight to the point. "I was Eleanor Brown's attorney and am the sole trustee of her estate. She was a woman of specific intentions, and her final intentions concern the two of you directly." He slides 2 thick vellum folders across the polished mahogany. "One for me, one for her." I open mine. The first page is a legal document, dense with jargon, but the heading is clear. "The Eleanor Brown Irrevocable Trust for the Guardianship and Care of Landon Brown. As you know, Eleanor was Landon's sole legal guardian," Wright begins, his voice a flat, unemotional instrument. "In the event of her death, she has made some very particular and legally ironclad arrangements for his future." He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle. I feel Chelsea shift across from me, a rustle of silk. "First," Wright says, "she has named you both as Landon's co-guardians." The words don't compute. I look from the paper to his face, expecting a punchline. There isn't one. "I'm sorry." "What?" "You are to have joint legal and physical custody of the boy," he clarifies, as if discussing a merger. "That's insane," Chelsea's voice cuts in, sharp and incredulous. "We can't even be in the same room without a formal declaration of war. We can't raise a child together. Landon isn't related to me, or to him." Eleanor disagreed, Wright says calmly. "She believed Landon needs your passion, Miss Williams, and your stability, Mr. Morrison. She was firm in her belief that together you would provide the perfect balance." My mind is reeling. This is a logistical nightmare, a personal disaster. I look at Chelsea, at the disbelief warring with fury on her beautiful face, and I know she feels it too. We're being shackled together. "Second," Wright continues, his voice relentless, "the guardianship is a condition of the inheritance. Eleanor has left an estate valued at just over $2 million to be held in trust for Landon until he is 25. However, should either of you decline the co-guardianship or be deemed unfit by the trustee, that is, me, the guardianship is dissolved. The money is immediately redirected to a charity of my choosing, and Landon becomes a ward of the state of California to be placed in the foster care system." A sharp, shocked breath escapes Chelsea's lips. It's the first crack in her queenly armor. My own chest tightens, a band of pressure squeezing the air from my lungs. Foster care. It's not a threat. It's emotional blackmail of the highest order. Eleanor knew Chelsea's history. She had to have known. This is a precisely engineered trap. "She wouldn't do that," Chelsea whispers, her voice suddenly raw. "She would," I say, the realization dawning on me. I remember the shrewdness in Eleanor's eyes. She would do whatever it took to get what she wanted. She absolutely would. "And third," Wright says, delivering the final blow. He pushes another set of documents toward us. "There's the matter of your businesses." I stare at him, uncomprehending. "What about our businesses?" "Eleanor was a silent partner in both Bright Beginnings and Little Dreamers Academy," he says, and my world tilts. "She was your primary angel investor, Miss Williams, and she bought out your father's initial investment, Mr. Morrison. Her majority shares in both companies have been consolidated and placed into the trust. As of this morning, you are no longer rivals. You are business partners. The silence that follows is absolute. The hum of the building fades. The city outside the window disappears. My vision tunnels until all I can see is the woman across the table. Her face is a hard mask of stone, but her hand is gripping her tattooed forearm so tightly her knuckles are white. My own carefully constructed control shatters. It's not a quiet crack, it's an explosion. This is absurd, I say, my voice dangerously low. I stand up, my chair scraping harshly against the floor. This is unenforceable. It's coercion. My family's lawyers will tear this preposterous document to shreds before lunchtime. Chelsea says nothing. She just watches me, her eyes dark and unreadable. Wright doesn't flinch. He doesn't even blink. He lets my threat hang in the air, then meets my gaze with a look of cold, dispassionate certainty. "Before you make that call, Mr. Morrison," he says, his voice quiet but carrying the weight of an executioner's judgment. "There's one more thing Eleanor wanted you both to see." He turns his laptop on the table to face us. He clicks a file, and a video begins to play.
Chapter 7. Chelsea. Blake stands there, radiating the pure, uncut indignation of a man who has never been told no in his entire privileged life. He's all righteous fury. His voice a low threat that would normally make men in lesser suits fold. He looks magnificent. Damn. The anger doesn't make him ugly, it makes him vital. It sharpens the lines of his ridiculously handsome face, makes the green of his eyes burn brighter. The perfect tailoring of his suit jacket does little to hide the solid breadth of his shoulders. He is, in this moment of absolute fury, a walking, breathing sin. And the fact that my brain chooses now to catalog this is so infuriating I want to scream. I watch his power, his entitlement, the sheer force of his family name crash against the calm, immovable object that is James Wright, and for a split second, a grim, vicious satisfaction curls in my gut. Welcome to the real world, Morrison, where your money can't always buy you a way out. Then the lawyer turns his laptop, and my petty satisfaction evaporates, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. The video that appears on the screen is grainy, clearly filmed from a distance. It's the pickup area outside Little Dreamers. I recognize the mural of friendly monsters the kids and I painted on the wall last summer. I'm there, on screen, crouching down to talk to a little girl who'd scraped her knee, my back to the camera. The focus isn't on me, though. It's on the sleek black Tesla parked across the street. Blake's car. He's in the driver's seat, visible through the windshield. He's not on his phone. He's not checking his watch. He's just watching. His expression is unreadable, but it's focused, intense. The kind of look that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. The scene cuts. Now it's the parking lot of Bright Beginnings. I'm in my beat-up Civic, having just dropped Landon off. Blake is walking another child to their car. I see myself on screen, my hand on the ignition key, but I don't turn it. I just sit there for a beat, my gaze following him. I remember that moment. I'd been telling myself I was assessing the competition, studying his methods. The video shows a different story. It shows a woman lingering for a reason she won't admit even to herself. A voice fills the silent, sterile conference room. Eleanor's voice. It's calm, cultured, and laced with the same strategic precision she used to run her tech empire. "Passion," she says, as the video shows me laughing, a smear of finger paint on my cheek. It's the one thing you can't teach. The thing a child needs to feel safe enough to be messy, to be loud, to be a child. The video cuts back to Blake, patiently explaining something to a parent, his expression serious and focused. "And stability," Eleanor's voice continues. "The structure that makes a child feel secure." the calm in the eye of the storm, the promise that the world is a place that makes sense. The screen goes dark for a moment before one final clip plays. It's from the awards night, just before the ceremony started. We're on opposite sides of the room, but we're looking at each other. The footage is shaky, but the tension is a visible thing, a shimmering line of energy pulled taut between us. Eleanor's voice delivers the final devastating lines. A child needs both. A family needs both. And sometimes the most stubborn people need to be shown what's been right in front of them all along. The video ends. The screen goes black. The quiet in the room is a crushing weight. It's not a will. It's a goddamn chess move from beyond the grave. Every piece on the board, the money, the businesses, Landon's entire future, has been positioned for this one, final, brutal checkmate. My breath hitches, a sharp, painful thing in my chest. We're not rivals. We're not even business partners. We're pawns in a dead woman's game. I look at Blake. The righteous anger has drained from his face, replaced by a kind of stunned disbelief. His jaw is tight, the muscle there a hard knot of tension. He sinks back into his chair, the fight knocked out of him. The sight of him so thoroughly defeated, so completely stripped of his power, should feel like a victory. It doesn't. It feels like I'm looking at my own reflection, because the horror of the situation is eclipsed by one single, terrifying reality. Foster care. The word alone is a physical sensation. It's the smell of industrial-strength disinfectant and scratchy wool blankets. It's the feeling of your stomach twisting into a hard knot because you don't know where you'll be sleeping next week. It's the bone-deep cold of being utterly, terrifyingly alone. I know that world. I survived it. I wear the armor I forged there every single day. And I will be damned if I let Landon Brown, a sweet, serious little boy who has already lost everything, spend one single night in that hell. Eleanor knew it. The manipulative, brilliant old woman knew this was the one cage I couldn't escape. She'd used my own past as a weapon against me. My fingers grip my tattooed forearm, my anchor in the storm. The choice has been taken from me. It was never really a choice at all. So that's it then? My voice is rough, a stranger's voice in the oppressive silence. Blake turns to look at me, his emerald eyes dark with a confusion that mirrors my own. What? Your lawyers, I say, the word sharp, cutting. Your powerful family. None of it matters, does it? She beat you. She beat both of us. This isn't a game, he bites back, a spark of his earlier fire returning. Isn't it? I laugh, a bitter, humorless sound. It feels a hell of a lot like a game, Morrison. And we just lost. I stand up, my chair making no sound on the thick carpet. The adrenaline that has been pumping through me since I walked in here drains away, leaving behind a cold, heavy certainty. The emerald dress, my armor, suddenly feels like a costume. There's nothing to fight, Blake, I say, my voice flat. She's right. A court won't touch this. Contesting it would mean dragging Landon through a public, messy battle, only to have him end up in the system if we lose. And we would lose? I look at James Wright, at his impassive, lawyerly face. He doesn't react. He just watches. The trustee, the executioner, the holder of all the cards. The trap isn't the money. It isn't the businesses. The trap is an innocent 4-year-old boy who deserves a home. It has always been about the boy. I turn my gaze back to Blake, the man who is now my partner, my co-guardian, my problem. The reality of it, the sheer, terrifying intimacy of the situation, lands with the force of a physical blow. So what now? I ask, the question hanging in the air, a fragile, terrifying bridge between two enemies who have just been forced into an alliance.
Chapter 8. Blake. The ride to Eleanor's house is a 20-minute exercise in silence. The interior of my Tesla, usually a sanctuary of quiet efficiency, is now a pressure cooker. Chelsea sits in the passenger seat, silent, furious statue carved from emerald silk. She hasn't looked at me once since we left the lawyer's office. She just stares out the window at the city blurring past, her reflection a stony, beautiful mask. I'm hyper-aware of everything about her. The subtle, intoxicating scent of sandalwood and gardenia that has invaded my meticulously clean car. The faint rustle of her dress when she shifts her weight. The way her hand rests on her thigh, her fingers tapping a tense, silent rhythm. My own hands are clenched on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. My brain, my greatest asset, is a useless machine, endlessly replaying the video, Eleanor's voice, the cold, hard finality in Wright's eyes. Business partners. Co-guardians. The words are a discordant, repeating loop. Eleanor's mansion is in Pacific Heights. A grand Victorian lady perched on a hill with a view that's worth more than both our businesses combined. It's imposing, elegant, and already feels haunted. We walk up the stone steps in silence, the sharp click of her heels echoing my own measured footsteps. Before I can ring the bell, the heavy oak door swings open. A woman in her late 40s with warm, kind eyes and a worried expression stands there. Mr. Morrison? Miss Williams? I'm Rosa, Mrs. Brown's housekeeper. Rosa, of course, I say, recognizing her from drop-offs. It's good to see you, though. I'm so sorry for the circumstances. Thank you, sir. Her gaze flickers between us, taking in the tension, the invisible, charged space that separates us. Please, come in. He's in the sunroom. The inside of the house is like a museum. Polished wood floors, antique furniture draped in dust covers, and portraits of stern-faced ancestors staring down from the walls. The air is still and cool, thick with the scent of lemon oil and old money. The silence is oppressive, the kind that swallows sound. It's the last place on earth a child should be. Rosa leads us to a room at the back of the house, a glass-walled conservatory filled with orchids and ferns. And there, sitting in a child-sized armchair with a picture book open on his lap, is Landon. He's smaller than I remember, a little boy dwarfed by the grandeur of the house. He looks up as we enter, his dark, serious eyes taking us in. There are no tears. His face is a calm, unreadable mask, just like his grandmother's. My carefully prepared, age-appropriate script about loss and change dies on my lips. It feels clinical, inadequate. Chelsea moves first. She doesn't rush. She just glides into the room and sinks to her heels in front of his chair, a smooth, graceful movement that seems to defy the sharp angles of her dress and shoes. She doesn't say anything about his grandmother. She doesn't offer pity. She just points to the book. Is that the one about the pigeon who wants to drive the bus? Landon gives a small, solemn nod. I love that pigeon, she says, her voice dropping to a low, warm hum that's completely at odds with the woman who eviscerated me in a boardroom an hour ago. He's got a lot of ambition. I respect that. A tiny smile touches Landon's lips, a flicker of light in the dim room. He never gets to. No, Chelsea agrees, her expression serious. Life's tough like that sometimes, huh? She holds out her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Landon places his small hand in hers. My chest tightens, a strange, unfamiliar pang of something. Envy. Admiration. She does it so effortlessly. She connects. My approach would have been a 10-point plan. Hers is a conversation about a pigeon. Rosa clears her throat, her eyes shining with unshed tears. His bag is packed. I've put his routine on the kitchen counter for you. All his favorites are in the fridge. Her voice breaks on the last word. I don't know what else to do. You've done more than enough, Rosa, Chelsea says, her voice full of a gentle authority that makes the older woman nod. We'll take it from here. We. The word hangs between us, a foreign object. An hour later, Rosa is gone, and the three of us are left in the echoing silence of the mansion. The dust covers on the furniture look like shrouds. Eleanor's presence is everywhere, a ghost in the scent of her perfume that still clings to the curtains. The weight of it all, of this house, of this little boy's entire world, lands on my shoulders. Landon hasn't said a word since that initial conversation. He just follows Chelsea from room to room as she does a slow, silent patrol, his small hand still clutching hers. I trail behind them, feeling like an intruder in my own life. "Okay," Chelsea says, finally stopping in the cavernous living room. She turns to face me, her arms crossed over her chest. The Queen is back. "First things first. Where are we sleeping tonight?" "I assume there are guest rooms," I say logically. "There are 5, she shoots back, and one master bedroom that I'm not setting foot in. So who goes where?" "We can alternate weeks." "I'll take the first week, you can have the second. We'll need to coordinate schedules for the business, of course, and establish a clear set of house rules to ensure consistency for Landon." I'm back on familiar ground. Structure. A plan. She just stares at me. A set of house rules? "Blake, this is a 4-year-old who just lost his grandmother, not a corporate merger. He doesn't need a mission statement. He needs to know who's putting him to bed tonight." Her words hit their mark. Tonight, the immediacy of it, the sheer, terrifying reality of it hadn't fully penetrated. We're it. There's no backup, no staff. Just us. "Right," I say, running a hand through my hair. The carefully constructed composure I've maintained all day is starting to fracture. "Okay, tonight." "I'll do it," she says, her voice softening just a fraction as she looks down at Landon, who is watching us with his wide, silent eyes. He knows me. It'll be easier. I want to argue. I want to assert my 50% of this insane contractual obligation. But I look at Landon, at his small, pale face, and the words die in my throat. She's right. Her brand of chaotic passion is what he needs right now, not my structured stability. The thought is a bitter pill to swallow. "Fine," I say, "but we need to discuss his bedtime routine. We can't just wing it." "Oh my God," she mutters, rolling her eyes. "Here we go. It's important, Chelsea. Consistency is key to a child's sense of security." "So is love," she retorts, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper so Landon won't hear. "Something that isn't on one of your damn spreadsheets." She turns and leads Landon toward the grand sweeping staircase, leaving me standing alone in the silent, ghost-filled living room. The battle lines have been drawn, not in a boardroom, but in a grieving child's home. And as I watch her go, the way her hand rests protectively on Landon's small back, a thought, sharp and unwelcome, cuts through my frustration. This is what she does. She protects. She nurtures. She creates safety in the middle of chaos. And I have no clue how to fight that. "You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?"
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 9. Chelsea. The kitchen in this house is absurd. It's a cavern of stainless steel and marble, with a refrigerator that could feed a small army and a stove that looks like it belongs in a Michelin star restaurant. It's cold and impersonal, and I hate it. I'm on a mission to make it smell like a home. Landon is sitting at the massive kitchen island, his small legs dangling from the stool, watching me with those big, solemn eyes. He's been my shadow for the past 2 hours, a silent 4-year-old ghost. My heart aches for him. So I'm doing the only thing I know how to do when the world is falling apart. I'm making grilled cheese. It's a sacred ritual. Good, thick-sliced brioche, a scandalous amount of butter, and a blend of sharp cheddar and provolone that melts into a perfect gooey pull. I've got a pot of creamy tomato soup simmering on the stove, the rich, comforting scent finally starting to chase away the ghosts. For the first time all day, I feel a sliver of control. Then he walks in and the fragile piece shatters. It's not the Blake from the boardroom. The perfectly tailored suit is gone, replaced by a simple gray t-shirt and dark gray sweatpants. The clothes are casual, but on him, they look like a deliberate choice, designed to highlight the solid muscle in his chest and the long, powerful lines of his legs. His hair is still damp from a shower, falling over his forehead without any product to hold it in place. Without the armor of his wealth, he looks less like a CEO and more like a man, a dangerously attractive man. My brain goes completely blank for a second. The picture of him, so relaxed and domestic in this sterile kitchen, is a system error. He stops when he sees what I'm doing, his eyes going from the sizzling sandwiches in the pan to the pot of soup. A muscle in his jaw clenches. The first sign of a storm. What is that? It's called dinner, I say, flipping a sandwich with a flick of my wrist. The bread is a perfect buttery gold. Specifically, it's grilled cheese and tomato soup. A time-honored cure for the worst day ever. He walks closer, picking up the note Rosa left on the counter. He scans it, his expression tightening. According to this, Landon is supposed to have grilled salmon with steamed asparagus and quinoa for his evening meal. I almost laugh. He's 4, Blake, not a middle-aged cardiologist. He needs comfort food, not a lecture on omega-3s. He needs nutrition, he counters, his voice low and firm. The sound vibrates right through me. This is processed cheese on white bread with a soup that's probably loaded with sodium. It's not a balanced meal. It's made with love, I shoot back, my grip tightening on the spatula. Something that isn't an ingredient in your quinoa. Love is not a recognized food group. He pulls out his phone. I'm calling my nutritionist in the morning. She can design a meal plan for Landon and have it delivered. At least then I'll know he's getting the proper balance of macronutrients. The sheer, breathtaking arrogance of it steals my breath. The idea that he can just buy a solution, outsource the one thing I know how to do, nurture a child, makes my blood boil. You will do no such thing, I say, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I plate a sandwich, cut it into 4 perfect triangles, and place it in front of Landon with a bowl of soup. You are not the sole decision maker here, Morrison. You may have bought your way into this business, but you don't get to buy your way through parenting. I can feed him healthier meals starting tomorrow, but tonight, Landon needs something that comforts the heart. His gaze shifts from my face to the food in front of Landon, who is now cautiously dipping a triangle of his sandwich into the soup. The look on his face is a complex mixture of frustration and something else I can't quite decipher. Defeat? We eat in silence. The only sounds are the scrape of Landon's spoon against his bowl and the ticking of a ridiculously ornate grandfather clock in the hall. After dinner, I take Landon upstairs for his bath. When he's clean and wrapped in a fluffy dinosaur towel, his small body warm and smelling of baby soap, Blake is waiting for us in the hallway outside Landon's room. He's holding a book. Of course he is. It's 7:45, he says, as if I can't read a clock. Eleanor's notes say story time is at 8 o'clock, followed by lights out at 8:15 sharp. He's had a traumatic day, I say, keeping my voice low as I steer Landon into his bedroom. He might need a little extra time to wind down. We can't just stick to a schedule like he's a robot. A schedule is exactly what he needs, Blake argues, following me into the room. It provides security, predictability. We go through the motions of putting Landon to bed, a tense, silent pantomime of parenting. I help him into his pajamas while Blake prepares the bed. We're moving around each other in the large, unfamiliar room, hyper-aware of every brush of an arm, every shared glance. The air is ripe with unspoken words, a crackling energy that feels like a live wire. I tuck Landon in, pressing a kiss to his forehead after our short, almost uncomfortable story time because of Blake's presence in the room. Good night, sweet boy. He's sitting on the other side of the bed. Good night, Landon. We both walk out, pulling the door almost closed behind us. We're left standing in the narrow upstairs hallway, the space suddenly feeling impossibly small. You can't just undermine my authority like that, Chelsea, he says, growling. Your authority? I turn to face him, my back against the wall. You mean your dictatorship? You don't get to dictate everything from what he eats to when he sleeps. I'm trying to create stability. You're trying to control everything. I poke a finger into his chest. His t-shirt is soft, and the muscle beneath it is solid as a rock. A jolt, hot and sharp, shoots up my arm. I snatch my hand back like I've been burned. He takes a step forward, his body heat a palpable wave. He puts a hand on the wall next to my head, caging me in. My breath catches. The hallway, which had felt narrow, now feels like a coffin. His scent, clean soap and something uniquely, infuriatingly male, fills my senses. Maybe I am, he says, his voice dropping even lower, a rough, intimate sound that has no place in an argument. Maybe control is the only thing that makes sense right now. Because none of this does. His eyes, green and blazing, drop to my mouth. The anger that had been a shield all day melts away, leaving something else in its place. Something raw and terrifyingly real. My own gaze flickers to his lips, to the way they're parted slightly. My entire body is a live wire, humming with a dangerous unwanted current. He's too close. The space between us is an inch of superheated air. I can feel the rhythm of his breathing, or maybe it's my own. His other hand comes up, his fingers gently touching a stray curl that has escaped my bun. The touch is electric, a brand against my skin. His eyes are dark, a storm of confusion, and something that looks shockingly like desire. My own body betrays me, leaning into his touch, into his heat. This is insane. This is my enemy. Blake. My voice is a shaky whisper. I don't know what I'm saying. His name is a plea, a warning, an invitation. Chelsea, he murmurs, his head lowering, his gaze locked on my mouth. And then a small squeaky voice cuts through the thick, charged silence. Can I have some water, please? Landon. We spring apart like two guilty teenagers, the spell shattered. My back hits the wall, and I suck in a ragged breath. Blake pulls his hands through his hair, his chest rising and falling rapidly. We stare at each other, the remnants of that insane, impossible moment, hanging suspended between us, more real and more dangerous than any argument.
Chapter 10. Blake. I haven't slept. Sleep is a state of rest, and my mind has been a war zone for the last 12 hours. The image of Chelsea in that hallway, her back against the wall, her eyes dark and wide, her lips parted, is seared onto the inside of my eyelids. That single terrifying moment of absolute non-logic has derailed every system I have in place. So I do what I always do when faced with chaos. I impose order. By 9 a.m., I'm in the main conference room at Bright Beginnings. My territory. The air smells of fresh coffee and the faint, clean scent of the whiteboard markers I've already used to outline my initial points. In front of my seat is a leather-bound binder, 2 inches thick. It contains my proposal for the consolidation of Bright Beginnings and Little Dreamers into the new entity, Bright Dreamers. It's a comprehensive 90-day plan covering everything from curriculum standardization and staff integration to a unified payroll system and a new marketing strategy. It's logical. It's efficient. It's the only way to navigate this disaster. I'm on my second cup of black coffee when she walks in. Last night she was a soft, dangerous storm in casual clothes. Today she's the queen back on her throne. She's wearing a sharp, navy blue jumpsuit that's all business, but it fits her in a way that's anything but. Her hair is in a crown of intricate braids, and her expression is one of cool, detached neutrality. She looks like she slept for 8 hours on a bed of nails and enjoyed every second of it. My own exhaustion feels like a weakness in her presence. She doesn't greet me. She just sets a slim tablet on the table opposite me. The sleek device a stark contrast to my behemoth of a binder. The air from last night, thick with that almost kiss, follows her into the room and settles between us. It's an invisible, humming third party at the table. "Good morning," I say tightly. "I trust you had a chance to review the preliminary agenda I emailed over." "I did," she says, her gaze flicking to my binder. A small, humorless smile touches her lips. "Looks like you killed a tree for the occasion." Before I can retort, the door opens again and James Wright walks in, holding a briefcase. "Good. You're both here." He takes the seat at the head of the table, the undisputed position of power. "Let's begin. Mr. Morrison, the floor is yours." I stand and launch into my presentation. I'm in my element now. Data, projections, strategic planning. I walk him through the synergies, the cost-saving measures, the plan for a unified, structured curriculum that takes the best of my methods and scales them across both locations. "Which brings me to staffing," I say, flipping to a new page. "Obviously, there are redundancies. To streamline operations, I've identified several positions that can be consolidated. For example, we only need one head of admissions, and my assistant director, Sarah, is the most qualified." "No." The word is quiet, but it cuts through my presentation like a guillotine. I stop, my marker hovering over the whiteboard. I turn to look at Chelsea. She's leaning forward, her hands clasped on the table, the intricate tattoos on her forearm, a declaration of war against the sterile boardroom. "I'm sorry," I say, my voice dangerously polite. "I said no," she repeats, her dark eyes locked on mine. "You are not firing Maya." "Her name is not Maya," I say, fighting to keep my composure. "Her name is redundancy. Your assistant teacher and my assistant director have overlapping skill sets. Sarah has a master's degree in education administration. It's the logical choice. Maya has a degree in knowing which of our kids is a biter and which one just needs a goddamn hug," she shoots back, her voice low and fierce. "She's the heart of my school. She's not a line item on your budget, Blake. She's a person. My person. You're not touching her. The animosity from the hallway, from the night before, is here now, bleeding all over my pristine presentation. This isn't about business. This is about her passion versus my structure, her people versus my plan." "This isn't a charity, Chelsea," I say, voice tight. "This is a multi-million-dollar business. The entire city is watching this merger. We have to make decisions based on what's best for the company, not on sentiment. What's best for the company is the people who built it." She stands up, her palms flat on the table. "You want to talk about what's best? Let's talk about your curriculum. You want to impose your rigid, joyless structure on my kids? You want to take away the messy, chaotic, play-based learning that makes them feel safe and creative and turn them into little robots who can pass a standardized assessment? I don't think so." "My methods are proven!" I snap, my own control fraying. "They produce results! They produce data! I produce happy, well-adjusted human beings. There's a difference." "Enough!" Wright's voice is not loud, but it slices through the room with the force of a judge's gavel. We both freeze, our chests heaving, the air crackling between us. His eyes shift from my face to hers, his expression one of profound disappointment. "I have been fielding calls all morning," he says, voice a cold, flat line. "From parents, from board members of the city's education council, from journalists. This merger, as you so astutely pointed out, Mr. Morrison, is being watched. It is being seen as a potential model for the future of early childhood education in this city. What they see right now is not a model. It's a dumpster fire. A sick feeling coils in my gut. He's right. We're failing. Your personal animosity," he continues, his gaze pinning each of us in turn, "is now a direct threat to the financial stability of this trust. It is a threat to the employees whose livelihoods depend on you, and most importantly, it is a threat to the well-being of the child you are both legally and morally obligated to protect." He closes the folder in front of him with a soft, final click. "So this is how it's going to be. You have 1 week, 7 days. You will come to a consensus on a unified operational plan. You will present it to me here at this time next week. It will be a plan you both agree on and are prepared to execute. Together." He lets that hang in the air for a moment. "And if you can't?" A chill that has absolutely nothing to do with the air conditioning traces its way down my spine. "If you can't," he says, his voice devoid of all emotion, "then peer the authority granted to me as trustee by the estate. I will assume you are both incapable of managing this entity. I will step in, appoint an outside operational manager to run Bright Dreamers, and you will both be relegated to the role of silent partners. You will have no say in the curriculum, the staffing, or the future of the businesses you built. Is that understood? The threat is absolute. It's a public professional execution. He would be taking everything from us. From me, the proof that I am more than my father's son. From her, the one thing she has ever built for herself." I look at Chelsea. The fury on her face has been replaced by a pale, drawn look of horror. Our eyes meet across the vast, polished table. At that moment, we are not rivals. We are two people standing on the very edge of the same cliff. 1 week, Wright repeats, standing up. "Don't waste it." He walks out, leaving us alone in the deafening silence, the weight of his ultimatum pressing down on us like a ton of cement.
Chapter 11. Chelsea. Living with Blake Morrison is like being trapped in a beautifully designed minimalist prison where the warden is obsessed with scheduling your every breath. By day 2 of our 7-day sentence, I'm ready to stage a jailbreak. I come downstairs to find a laminated schedule affixed to the stainless steel refrigerator with a magnet shaped like a stalk of broccoli. A laminated schedule for a 4-year-old. It outlines Landon's entire day in 15-minute increments, a terrifying grid of color-coded activities. Cognitive skill development, puzzles, is from 9:15 to 9:45. Gross motor skills practice, structured outdoor play, is from 10:30 to 11:15. He's even scheduled spontaneous creative expression from 2 to 2:30. The sheer, organized insanity of it makes my vision swim. Blake is sitting at the island, nursing a cup of coffee and reviewing something on his laptop. He's dressed in a crisp button-down shirt and tailored trousers, looking like he's about to close a hostile takeover, not supervise a toddler. "What the hell is this?" I ask, my voice flat. I tap a finger against the glossy schedule. He looks up, his expression calm and infuriatingly reasonable. It's a framework. To provide Landon with a predictable routine during a period of significant upheaval, consistency is crucial. "You scheduled spontaneous creativity," I say, deadpan. "Do you hear yourself?" It's a designated time to allow for unstructured, child-led activities. It's a proven methodology. It's an oxymoron, you moron. My fingers find the dark tattoos on my forearm, tracing the familiar defiant lines. Kids don't work like this. They're not tiny employees you can manage with a flowchart. Life is what happens between the scheduled blocks, Blake. That's where the magic is. Magic doesn't get a child ready for kindergarten, he counters, his voice tight. Structure does. Landon chooses that moment to wander into the kitchen, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He looks at the schedule, then at us, his small face a perfect mask of neutrality. He's a tiny diplomat, trapped between two warring nations, and a fresh, sharp pang of guilt cuts through my anger. We spend the day locked in a cold war. Every time I try to initiate a messy, spontaneous art project with Landon, Blake appears with designated art supplies and a smock. When I suggest a trip to the park to just run around, he consults his binder for appropriate, gross motor skill activities. He's not just co-parenting. He's trying to colonize my entire philosophy on life. It's a passive-aggressive battle fought with organic apple slices and educational flashcards. The attraction, the infuriating, undeniable pull between us, makes it all so much worse. It's a constant hum beneath the surface of our arguments. When he leans over my shoulder to correct the way I'm holding a book for Landon, his clean soap and laundry detergent scent invades my space, and my breath hitches. When I catch him watching me as I chase Landon through the garden, a rare, genuine smile on my face, the look in his eyes is not one of disapproval. It's something else. Something focused and intense that makes my skin feel too tight. By evening, after a nutritionally balanced but joyless dinner from Blake's pre-approved menu, my patience is a frayed, unraveling thread. We put Landon to bed and convene in the stuffy leather-bound library to work on the unified plan for Wright. The room smells like old paper and Blake's quiet, controlled frustration. He has his 2-inch binder open. I have my tablet. For an hour, we get nowhere. Every point is a battle. We need to invest in a new enrollment software, he says, pointing to a projection chart. It will streamline the admissions process across both locations. We need to invest in a full-time art therapist, I counter, pulling up an article on my tablet, to help the kids who are struggling with the transition. The human element matters more than the software. The software will save us $70,000 a year in administrative costs, which we can then reinvest. I don't care about administrative costs. I stand up, too agitated to sit. I care about a kid named Chloe, whose parents are going through a nasty divorce and who only talks when she's painting. She needs a therapist, Blake, not a streamlined admissions process. He stands up too, meeting me in the room. The library is dark, the only light coming from a single desk lamp that casts long shadows on the walls, making the cavernous space feel small and intimate. And what happens when the business isn't profitable enough to pay for that therapist, Chelsea? He rumbles intently. What happens when your feel-good programs run us into the ground? You can't save every child if you can't keep the doors open. And you can't run a daycare if you have no soul. We're inches apart now, chests heaving. The argument is no longer about budgets or software. It's about us. About everything that separates us. His world of order and profit, my world of chaotic, messy humanity. His green eyes are blazing, all his carefully constructed composure gone. You think I don't have a soul? He whispers, his voice rough. I think you're so afraid of feeling anything, you'd rather lock it all down in a spreadsheet. I whisper back, my heart thudding a frantic, heavy rhythm against my ribs. He puts his hands on the heavy oak desk behind me, one on either side of my hips, caging me in. My breath catches. The heat from his body, the intensity of his gaze, is overwhelming. This is just like the hallway. But this time, there's no argument to hide behind. There's just this raw, terrifying, undeniable thing that crackles in the air. And you, he murmurs, his gaze dropping to my mouth. You feel everything, don't you? You just pour it all out, no matter the cost. No plan. No protection. My protection is not being afraid of the mess, Blake. My voice is a shaky, unfamiliar thing. And what happens? He says, leaning closer, his lips hovering a breath from mine. When the mess is something you can't fix with a hug? What happens when it's this? His question hangs in the superheated air between us. And I have no answer. All I can do is stare at his mouth, my entire body humming with a single insane thought. Just close the distance. The grandfather clock in the hall begins to chime, 10 deep sonorous bongs that seem to mark the end of the world. Each chime is a hammer blow against the thick, charged silence. He doesn't move. I don't move. We just stand there, trapped in the wreckage of our argument, on the very edge of a mistake that feels as inevitable as it is catastrophic. And just as the clock strikes its last, I push him away, running as if the fires of hell are chasing me.
Chapter 12. Blake. The 10th chime of the grandfather clock fades, leaving a silence in the library that is louder than our argument. She's gone. The space where she stood, vibrant and furious and alive, is now a vacuum, sucking all the air from the room. My hand, the one that was on the desk beside her hip, feels cold. I can still feel the ghost of her heat, the phantom impression of her body in the space she just occupied. My system is in full-scale revolt. The logical part of my brain, the part that runs my life, is screaming warnings, flashing red alerts. But another, more primal part is reeling from the loss of her proximity. I touch my own lips. My heart is a frantic, disorderly machine in my chest, completely off schedule. Her scent, that infuriating mix of sandalwood and defiance, lingers in the air. I am a man who builds systems to mitigate risk. For 3 years, Chelsea Williams has been a known risk, a competitor, an irritant, a chaos agent. But in the last 48 hours, she has become an unknown variable. And in that library, she became something else entirely, a threat to my own rigorously maintained control. I wanted to kiss her. The knowledge is a clean, sharp, and terrifying data point. I, a man who plans his days in 15-minute increments, was about to do something utterly, catastrophically impulsive, and she ran. I retreat to my assigned guest room, but I don't sleep. I stand at the window, staring out at the precise, geometric patterns of the sleeping city below. I try to process the events of the evening, to fit them into a logical framework. It's impossible. It's a chaotic, messy data set that my brain refuses to parse. This is her territory. Feelings, impulses, mess, and I'm dangerously out of my depth. The morning is a silent, tense affair. I come downstairs braced for another confrontation, but the kitchen is empty. A single sheet of paper sits on the island. It's a note from her, the handwriting a sharp, elegant script. Took Landon to Little Dreamers for the day. He needs familiarity. Pick him up at 5. We'll talk about the plan tonight. That's it. No discussion, no collaboration. A unilateral decision. She seized control, taking Landon to her chaotic, unstructured, and, according to her, magical world. A cold fury, clean and sharp, cuts through my exhaustion. She thinks my methods are the problem. I'll spend today proving that her lack of them is the real danger. I spend the day at Bright Beginnings, my sanctuary of order. I try to immerse myself in spreadsheets and budget projections for the merger, but my focus is fractured. Every time I close my eyes, I see her in that hallway, her eyes dark and challenging. At 4:30, I'm observing the pre-kindergarten group through the one-way glass when I see it. It's one of my students, Amelia. She's sucking her thumb. It's a classic stress indicator, a regressive behavior we worked with her parents for months to overcome. My lead teacher is already moving toward her, a gentle hand on her shoulder, redirecting her to a sensory table. A textbook intervention. Effective. Controlled. My mind flashes to Landon, to the upheaval in his life. The new house, the new people, The tension he is undoubtedly absorbing from Chelsea and me. A cold weight settles in my gut. Is he showing signs of stress? Is her environment, her chaotic, winging-it approach, making it worse? By the time I arrive at Little Dreamers at 5 o'clock, I have a plan. Her daycare is an assault on the senses. The air smells of crayons and tempera paint and something vaguely like fruit snacks. The walls are a riot of color, covered in messy, joyful, utterly unstructured children's art. The noise level is 3 decibels higher than what studies recommend for optimal cognitive development. It's her, in building form. I see Landon in a corner, in a brightly colored reading nook. He's sitting on a beanbag chair, his small thumb firmly planted in his mouth, his eyes wide and vacant as he stares at the wall. The sight confirms my worst fears. This is not a nurturing environment. This is chaos, and it is damaging him. Chelsea is across the room, comforting a crying child. She looks up and sees me, her expression immediately shuddering, becoming cool and defensive. She disentangles herself and walks toward me, her movements fluid and confident on her home turf. "You're here," she says. "It's early from your usual." "I'm punctual," I correct. "I saw Landon." He's sucking his thumb. He never does that at bright beginnings. Her eyes narrow. "He's had a rough couple of days, Blake." It's a self-soothing mechanism. "It's a sign of stress," I counter, my voice low and firm. "A direct result of an inconsistent and overstimulating environment. I've developed a stability plan." I pull a folded piece of paper from my jacket pocket. It's a provisional schedule, an emergency version of the laminated one, detailing a proposed evening routine designed to maximize security and minimize emotional triggers. She takes the paper without looking at it, her gaze locked on my face. "A stability plan? You were with the kid for 2 hours, and you've already diagnosed him and written a prescription?" "I'm his guardian," I say, the words sounding foreign and heavy. "It's my responsibility to provide a secure framework." "Something you seem incapable of doing." The hit lands. I see it in the flash of fire in her eyes, in the way her hand clenches at her side. "Incapable?" she repeats, her voice dangerously soft. "You walk in here for 5 minutes into my school, the place I built from nothing, and you have the nerve to call me incapable? Look around you, Chelsea. This isn't a school. It's a barely controlled riot. There's no structure, no order. You're letting him run wild in an emotional minefield and calling it magic. It's irresponsible. And what you do is so much better?" She scoffs, crumpling the plan in her fist. "You want to schedule his grief in 15-minute intervals? You think a predictable snack time is going to heal the fact that his grandmother just died? You're the most emotionally stunted man I have ever met. And you are the most reckless woman." We're closing the distance again. A magnetic, destructive pull. The parents picking up their children are starting to stare, giving us a wide berth. "I don't care. I'm not reckless," she bites out, poking a finger into my chest, just like she did in the hallway. The spark is instantaneous, a jolt of heat against my skin. I am responsive. I respond to what a child needs in the moment, not what a textbook tells you he should need. It's a concept you can't possibly understand. I understand that. A 4-year-old needs a parent, not a playmate. The color drains from her face. Her hand drops from my chest. The insult I realized too late was far more personal, far more cruel than I intended. It wasn't just an attack on her methods. It was an attack on her very nature. She looks at me, eyes dark with a pain so deep it momentarily eclipses her anger. Her voice, when she speaks, is a quiet, devastating whisper. "You know what, Blake? You're right." I blink, thrown by her sudden concession. "I am? Yes." She takes a step back, her expression hardening into something cold and sharp. "I am a playmate. Because I still remember how to play. I still remember what it feels like to be a kid who is scared and alone. And you know what you are?" She doesn't wait for an answer. "You're just like them. Your parents, all structure and no heart. You don't know how to love something without trying to control it, cage it, and schedule its every breath. And I feel sorry for you. But more than that, I feel sorry for that little boy. She turns her back on me, walks over to Landon, and kneels, her entire posture a shield of gentle, loving protection. She whispers something to him, and he takes his thumb out of his mouth and wraps his small arms around her neck, and I'm left standing in the middle of her chaotic, colorful, joyful world, the echo of her words ringing in my ears. The accusation, the judgment. And for the very first time in my life, I have no logical, structured, or methodical defense.
Chapter 13. Chelsea. It's day 4 of our 7-day deadline, and the opulent silent mansion has become a pressure cooker. By day, we are a carefully choreographed performance of civility for Landon's sake. We build block towers with a tense, geometric precision. We read stories about friendly dinosaurs with a politeness so sharp it could cut glass. We are a hollow imitation of a family, and the strain of it is fraying my last nerve. By night, after Landon is asleep, we retreat to the cavernous kitchen to wage our war. The massive marble island is our battlefield, littered with dueling laptops, scattered financial reports, and the ghosts of 1,000 arguments. Tonight the battle is over something called the Bright Futures Parent Portal. It's Blake's brilliant, soulless idea for a unified parent communication platform. It's a streamlined, data-driven interface, he explains, his voice maddeningly calm as he navigates a mock-up on his screen. Parents can track developmental milestones, view progress reports, access the approved nutritional menus, and receive automated daily updates. It's efficient. It's a digital wall. I counter, my fingers pressing into the cool metal of my tablet. It's cold. It's impersonal. A parent doesn't want an automated update, Blake. They want me to grab them at pickup and tell them that their shy, quiet daughter finally made a friend. They want to see the paint smear on my shirt and laugh about it. They want a human connection. A human connection isn't scalable, he says, adjusting his glasses. It's the tell. The tiny crack in his composure that signals his frustration. We have over 100 families now, Chelsea. You can't have a deep, personal connection with every single one of them. This system ensures that everyone receives the same high level of communication. It ensures that everyone receives the same low level of communication. I shoot back. This isn't a software company. It's not about data points and scalability. It's a community. It's a family. Oh, wait. I forgot I leaned forward, my voice dripping with scorn. Those are probably just abstract concepts to you. You probably had to look them up. The hit lands. A muscle in his jaw tightens. A hard, angry knot. And what would you know about family? The words are quiet, but they're laced with venom. Your version of it is just chaos, no structure, no plan. No wonder you think passion is a business model. It's all you have. The air evacuates the room. His words are not just an insult to my business. They're an indictment of my entire existence. Everything I've ever built, everything I am, is passion. It's the fire I used to forge a life out of the ashes of my childhood. And he just dismissed it, called it all I have, as if it's a weakness, as if it's not enough. A hot white rage, pure and clean, washes over me. It's not a slow burn, it's a flash fire. My carefully constructed armor, my professional poise, my queenly demeanor, it all incinerates in an instant. I don't think, I act. I'm on my feet, rounding the island in 3 long strides. He looks up, his eyes widening in surprise as I invade his space. I don't stop. I grab the front of his crisp button-down shirt, fisting the expensive fabric in my hand. His surprise is a sharp intake of breath against my mouth. God, I swear, I want to punch him. I want to bash his head in. But I end up kissing him. It's not soft. It's not gentle. It's a collision. I push him back against the hard edge of the marble counter, my mouth crashing against his. It's a desperate, angry, frantic thing, a raw translation of 4 days of simmering tension and 3 years of unspoken animosity. I'm trying to shut him up, to punish him, to force him to feel something, anything, other than his cold, methodical logic. For a split second, he's rigid with shock. And then he melts. His body yields, his hands coming up to grip my waist, pulling me flush against him. The hard lines of his body are a revelation against mine. His mouth answers mine, his initial surprise giving way to a raw, hungry demand that meets my anger and matches it. This isn't a kiss. It's a battle. A brutal negotiation fought with lips and teeth and tongues. My hands leave his shirt, tangling in his hair. It's softer than I imagined, thick and clean. I pull his head down, deepening the kiss, erasing the space, the air, the arguments between us. The taste of him is dark coffee and frustration and something else, something clean and utterly male that makes my head swim. A low groan rumbles in his chest, a vibration that I feel all the way to my bones. His hands slide from my waist, one moving to the small of my back, arching me into him, the other tangling in my braids, tilting my head to give him better access. The world narrows to this one single point of contact, the cool marble pressing into my thighs, the heat of his body, the frantic thud of my own pulse in my ears. All the anger, the frustration, the fear, it's all still there. But now it's fueling something else. A desperate, terrifying, and overwhelming desire. He's the one person who has ever seen the cracks in my armor. And right now, all I want is for him to shatter it completely. He breaks the kiss, his forehead resting against mine. We're both breathing hard, ragged gasps in the silent kitchen. His green eyes are dark, stormy, all his carefully constructed control gone. He looks as wrecked as I feel. "Chelsea," he breathes, his voice a rough, broken thing. And in that moment, in the ruins of our self-control, I know I'm not the only one who is completely, utterly lost. "I'm thirsty." The voice is small, quiet, and it slices through the thick, charged atmosphere like a shard of ice. We spring apart like we've been electrocuted. We whip our heads toward the doorway. Landon stands there, clutching a stuffed giraffe, his small face etched with a quiet confusion. He's a small, innocent island in the middle of our wreckage. The silence in the kitchen is suddenly a roaring abyss, filled with the hum of the refrigerator and the frantic, guilty beat of my own heart. I look at Blake. The desire in his eyes has been replaced by a dawning, sickening horror that is a perfect mirror of my own. We didn't just cross a line. We obliterated it. And our collateral damage is a precious 4-year-old boy in dinosaur pajamas.
Chapter 14. Blake. The days following the kiss are an exercise in controlled avoidance. We have built a fortress of politeness between us, its walls constructed of "please pass the salt," and did you remember to sign Landon's permission slip? Each mundane interaction is a carefully placed brick, designed to keep the memory of that frantic, desperate moment in the kitchen at bay. It doesn't work. The memory is a ghost that haunts this house. It's there when I walk into the kitchen for my morning coffee and find her already there, her back to me. She tenses, a subtle, almost imperceptible tightening of her shoulders. I feel it across the room like a static charge. The ghost is there when we're on the floor with Landon, building a block tower, and our hands accidentally brush. We both recoil as if burned, a silent, mutual acknowledgement of the fire we're both pretending doesn't exist. We work on the plan for Wright every night in the library, a demilitarized zone of cold leather and suffocating silence. We don't fight. The explosion in the kitchen seems to have drained all the fight out of us, replacing it with a tense, wary caution. It's a negotiation, not a battle. I watch her, hunched over her tablet, the lamplight catching the intricate braids of her hair. She's making notes on my financial projections, her elegant script a stark contrast to my rigid spreadsheets. The next day, I find her proposal for an integrated art therapy program, and instead of deleting it, I find myself building a budgetary framework to support it. I cede ground on staffing, agreeing to keep Maya on as a community and family liaison. She, in turn, concedes to a unified enrollment software and a basic scheduling structure for the curriculum. It's a clumsy, painful dance of compromise. We are building a bridge across a chasm, each of us reluctantly giving up a piece of our own territory to meet in the middle. The plan that emerges is a Frankenstein's monster. My structure, her soul. It's a document that satisfies neither of us completely, but it's the only thing we have. It is, for better or worse, ours. On the 7th day, we find ourselves back in Wright's conference room on the 40th floor. The tension is a living thing, so thick I can taste it. Chelsea sits beside me this time, not across from me. It's a calculated choice, a performance of unity for the man who holds our futures in his hands. She's wearing a tailored cream-colored suit, her armor back in place. She smells of sandalwood, and I have to consciously force myself to focus on my notes and not on the memory of that scent in the dark. "Mr. Wright," I begin, my voice steady, betraying none of the chaos churning inside me. We have come to an agreement. We present our plan. I walk him through the financials, the operational synergies, the new organizational chart. I use words like efficiency and streamlining. Then it's her turn. She speaks about the new unified curriculum. "We're implementing a framework that provides structure," she says, using my word, while still allowing for child-led, play-based discovery. She talks about the art therapy program, the community outreach, the commitment to treating each child as an individual. She uses words like nurturing and holistic. She's brilliant. She's passionate, articulate, and utterly convincing. She takes my cold, hard data and breathes life into it. For a wild, insane moment, I'm not her rival or her co-guardian. I'm just a man, completely captivated. When we finish, the quiet in the room is heavy with judgment. Wright leans back in his chair, his fingers steepled under his chin. He looks from my face to hers, his gaze sharp and analytical. He's looking for the cracks, and God knows there are plenty. "It's an impressive document," he says finally, his voice giving nothing away. "Ambitious, comprehensive. I feel a flicker of something. Hope, maybe. It's also a complete work of fiction," he continues, "and the hope dies. This document is a well-crafted compromise. It's a testament to your mutual desire to not lose your companies. But it is not a testament to a functional partnership. Your solution is on paper. The problem is in this room." My hands clench into fists under the table. He sees right through us. "I'm not convinced," he says, his voice flat. "I'm not convinced that the animosity that was so palpable in this room 1 week ago has magically disappeared." "We found a way to work together," Chelsea says, her voice cool and steady, a perfect mask of professionalism. "You found a way to coexist to avoid a mutually assured destruction," Wright corrects. "It's not the same thing." Eleanor's vision was not for a Cold War. It was for a partnership, a family. A hot feeling coils in my gut. We're going to lose. After all of it, the sleepless nights, the arguments, the compromises, that disastrous, world-altering kiss, we're going to lose everything. Wright is silent for a long, agonizing moment. He picks up our proposal, weighing it in his hand as if weighing our futures. "However," he says, and my head snaps up. "It is a start, and it is, for now, enough." The breath I didn't know I was holding leaves my body in a silent, ragged rush. "I will approve this operational plan on a provisional basis," he says, his eyes pinning each of us in turn. "You will have 90 days, 3 months, to prove to me that this partnership is viable, that you can work together not just as business owners, but as guardians. I will be watching. I will be evaluating. And if, at the end of that 90 days, I'm not convinced that you are both fully committed to the spirit of Eleanor's trust. I will not hesitate to enforce the terms we discussed. The message is clear. This isn't a victory. It's a stay of execution. He stands up, the meeting clearly over. Don't make me regret this decision. He walks out, leaving us alone in the silent, sterile room. The air is permeated with the ghosts of our arguments and the specter of our fragile 90-day truce. We did it. We survived. But it doesn't feel like a win. I turn to look at her. Her professional mask is still in place, but I can see the exhaustion in her eyes, the faint tremor in her hand as she closes her tablet. Our gazes lock for a long, silent moment. The memory of the kiss, the one we've been so carefully avoiding for 3 days, is suddenly back, a roaring, undeniable presence in the quiet room. "So," she says, her voice becoming a low, rough whisper. 90 days. 90 days! I echo, my own voice hoarse. It's not a celebration. It's a sentence. 90 more days of this tension. 90 more days of sharing a house, a business, a child. 90 more days of fighting this insane, impossible, and utterly terrifying thing that sparks between us every time we are in the same room. And I don't know how we're going to survive it.
Chapter 15. Chelsea. We exist in a state of carefully curated politeness, a performance for an audience of one. Landon. The opulent, silent mansion has become a stage. We build block towers with a tense, geometric precision. We read stories about friendly dinosaurs with a civility so sharp it could cut glass. We are a hollow imitation of a family, and the strain of it is fraying my last nerve. And Landon feels it. It starts with the nightmares. A thin, terrified wail cuts through the oppressive quiet of the house. I'm out of bed before I'm fully awake, my heart a frantic, wild bird against my ribs. I meet Blake in the hallway. He's a silhouette of gray sweatpants and muscle, his hair a mess, his face etched with the same raw alarm as my own. We don't speak. We just run. We find Landon thrashing in his bed, tangled in his dinosaur-themed sheets, his small face streaked with tears. The monster's coming. He sobs, his eyes squeezed shut. It's coming. I'm on the bed in an instant, my arms around his trembling body, pulling him into my lap. Shh. Sweet boy, I'm right here. You're safe. It was just a dream. I rock him, my hand stroking his back, the way I've done for 100 other children. Blake stands in the doorway, a helpless, hulking shadow. He looks lost. His world of schedules and predictable outcomes has no protocol for monsters in the dark. I'll get him some water, he says, his voice rough with sleep, and disappears. It becomes a pattern. The nightmares. The new startling aggression he shows at school, snatching a toy from another child with a ferocity that is completely out of character. The quiet, withdrawn silences where he just stares into space, his thumb creeping toward his mouth. He's a flashing red warning light, and we are two pilots arguing over the controls while the plane is going down. He's processing, Blake says one evening after another tense, silent dinner. It's a predictable response to trauma and environmental instability. Stop talking about him like he's a science experiment, I snap, my fingers tracing the familiar grounding lines of my tattoos. He's not a data point, Blake. He's a little boy who is falling apart, and it's our fault. I'm not saying it isn't, he says, his voice tight. He drags a hand through his thick hair. I'm saying we need a professional assessment, an expert opinion. No, I say immediately. The thought of some cold clinical stranger analyzing Landon, analyzing us, makes my skin crawl. He doesn't need to be analyzed. He needs us to stop fighting. And how is that working out for us? He challenges, his green eyes flashing. We can't even agree on what to have for dinner, Chelsea. We are not equipped to handle this alone. He's right. The knowledge is a bitter, ugly pill. We're failing, and our failure is breaking a little boy. That's how we end up here, 2 days later, on a plush sofa in the warm, inviting office of Dr. Jasmine Washington. She was my favorite professor in college, a brilliant, compassionate woman with a laugh that could make you feel safe. Her office is filled with thriving plants and colorful art, a world away from Blake's sterile minimalism. It smells like chamomile tea and quiet wisdom. Blake looks wildly out of place, a caged lion in his perfectly tailored suit, radiating a controlled, skeptical energy. Jasmine smiles at us from her armchair, but her eyes are sharp. Tell me what's been going on with Landon. We take turns, our sentences overlapping, our narratives a jumbled, tense mess of conflicting observations. I talk about the nightmares. Blake talks about the regressive behaviors. I talk about his sadness. Blake talks about his aggression. We are two different sides of the same terrible coin. When we finally fall silent, Jasmine looks at us, her expression unreadable. I had a session with Landon this morning, she says. He's a remarkable boy. Bright, emotionally intelligent. She pauses, and he is carrying a weight that is far too heavy for his small shoulders. A hot, sick feeling rises in my throat. I want to show you something, she says, turning her laptop toward us. My entire body tenses. The screen flickers to life, showing Jasmine's playroom. Landon is on the floor with a dollhouse and a basket of small, faceless wooden dolls. His voice, small and clear, fills the room. This is Miss Chelsea, he says, holding up a doll with a swirl of brown yarn for hair. He places it in the kitchen. She's making grilled cheese. It's yummy. My breath catches. And this, he says, picking up a taller doll with yellow yarn hair, is Mr. Blake. He makes the Blake doll walk stiffly into the kitchen. Landon's voice changes, becoming deeper, more clipped. That's not a balanced meal, Miss Chelsea. Blake makes a choked sound beside me. I can feel the heat of his shame, his shock. On the screen, Landon makes the two dolls stand on opposite sides of the tiny kitchen. His own voice returns, a sad, quiet whisper. They're fighting again. He pushes the dolls so they're facing each other, their wooden bodies knocking together with a soft click. Stop fighting, he whispers at them. He's silent for a moment. Then he carefully picks them both up. He carries them to the small bedroom of the dollhouse and lays them side by side on the tiny bed. He pulls a scrap of fabric over them like a blanket. There, he says, his voice full of a heartbreaking 4-year-old certainty. Now you have to be a family. Now you can be happy. The video ends. The screen goes black. The oppressive silence in the room is a living thing, a monster that sucks all the air from my lungs. It's not just a video, it's an indictment, a verdict. We are not just failing him. We are the monster in his dreams. We are the source of his pain. My vision tunnels until the only thing in the room is the black, empty screen. My fingers find my forearm, gripping the tattooed skin so hard my nails should leave marks. I can't breathe. I feel a movement beside me. I turn my head. Blake is looking at me, his face pale, his green eyes stripped of all their usual defenses. They're just raw, wrecked. He looks as broken as I feel. He reaches out, a pure, unthinking instinct. His hand covers mine where it's clenched on my arm. His touch is warm, solid, a startling anchor in the swirling chaos of my own self-loathing. His thumb makes a slow, soothing circle against my skin. It's too much. The compassion in his touch, the shared, devastating weight of our failure, it's an intimacy we haven't earned and don't deserve. I look from his hand on mine to his face. He's closer than I realized. His gaze drops to my mouth. Mine drops to his. The world narrows again, the quiet office fading away until it's just us. two broken people in the wreckage of a little boy's heart. He leans in, his expression a mess of regret and a deep, aching sadness that mirrors my own. I lean in, drawn by a gravitational pull I can't fight. Comfort. Forgiveness. A moment of shared humanity. That's all it is. But it's a lie. It's more than that. It's dangerous. Just as his lips are a breath from mine, I break. The image of Landon laying those two dolls side by side flashes in my mind. Now you can be happy. I wrench my hand from under his and push myself away, scrambling to the far end of the sofa. The sudden movement is violent, jarring. Don't. I whisper, the word a ragged, torn thing. My voice is shaking. My whole body is shaking. We can't. I look at him. The hope, the fragile connection that had been in his eyes shatters. It's replaced by a familiar shuttered look of hurt and frustration. We can't fix this with a kiss. We can't fix this with comfort. We are the problem, and I don't know how to solve us. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Blake. The drive back from Dr. Washington's office is a tomb of silence. Chelsea sits pressed against her passenger door, as far away from me as she can get. Her arms are crossed tightly over her chest, a shield of cream-colored fabric against a world of hurt. I want to say something. An apology. An explanation. But my entire vocabulary, a lexicon built on data and logic, is useless. What do you say when you find out you're the monster in a little boy's nightmares? The video plays on a relentless loop in my mind. Landon's small, clear voice. They're fighting again. The soft, heartbreaking click of the two wooden dolls knocking together. The final, devastating act of laying them side by side in that tiny bed. Now you have to be a family. Now you can be happy. It wasn't a tantrum. It wasn't a regressive phase. It was a wish. A 4-year-old's desperate, heartbreaking attempt to fix the two broken adults who were supposed to be fixing him. All my plans, my schedules, my frameworks for stability, they were just weapons in a war he never should have witnessed. My methods weren't creating security. They were just another form of conflict. Chelsea's words from the other day ring in my ears. A brutal, accurate indictment. All structure and no heart. When we get back to the mansion, the silence is even more oppressive. We walk in to find Landon in the sunroom with Rosa, who has come to help for the afternoon. He looks up, his expression wary, and my carefully constructed world crumbles to dust. He's afraid of us, afraid of our anger, our tension. He's afraid that his monster and his playmate will start fighting again. I watch as Chelsea goes to him. She doesn't say a word. She just sinks to the floor, opens a book, and starts to read in a low, steady voice. Landon crawls into her lap, his small body curling against hers. A silent, desperate plea for safety. And in that moment, I see it with a clarity that is blinding. Her way isn't chaos. It's a different kind of order. An emotional order. And it's the only thing that's holding him together. I leave them there and walk into the library. For an hour, I do nothing. I just stand in the silent, wood-paneled room and let the full weight of my failure wash over me. I've spent my entire adult life trying to prove that I am not my father, that I can build something meaningful, something better than a portfolio of real estate holdings. I thought Bright Beginnings was the proof. But I've just been building a different kind of cage, one made of schedules and expectations instead of money and social standing. There's only one logical path forward. I have to blow up the system. I find her later in the kitchen. She's leaning against the counter, her arms wrapped around herself, staring out the window at the setting sun. She looks exhausted, the fight drained out of her, leaving a fragile, heartbreaking vulnerability in its place. "Chelsea," I say, voice quiet. She flinches, turning to face me, her armor snapping back into place. "What, Blake?" "Come to schedule his grief for tomorrow." The jab lands, as intended. But for the first time, it doesn't ignite my anger. It just hurts. "No," I say. "I came to propose a truce." Her eyes narrow, suspicious. "A truce? A real one," I say, taking a small step closer. "No more plans. No more schedules. Just a day." For him, I gesture vaguely with my hand. "Tomorrow, we could take him to the zoo or the park or wherever he wants to go. Not as guardians, not as business partners, just as us. With him." She stares at me, her expression unreadable. I'm offering a ceasefire, a complete surrender of my own methodology. I'm asking to try it her way. The silence stretches, thick and heavy. "The zoo," she says finally, her voice a low, cautious whisper. "He loves the zoo." The next day is a revelation. We let Landon lead. The zoo is a chaotic symphony of sound and smell and color. It's everything my structured world is not, and it's perfect. Landon is a different child. The wary, quiet little boy from the mansion is gone, replaced by a chattering, excited tour guide. He drags us from the monkey enclosure to the reptile house, his small hand clasped tightly in Chelsea's. At the lion exhibit, he gets scared of the deep, guttural roar. Without a word, I swing him up onto my shoulders. He gasps, his small hands clutching my hair for balance. "I'm taller than the lion," he shouts, his fear forgotten, replaced by pure, unadulterated joy. From my vantage point, I watch Chelsea. She's looking up at us, her head tilted, a genuine, unguarded smile on her face. Her eyes are bright, and for a moment, all the tension, all the history between us, just disappears. There's just this, a man, a woman, and a little boy, laughing in the afternoon sun. Later, she comes back from a concession stand with 3 ice cream cones. She hands one to Landon, then holds the third one up for me. I'm still carrying Landon, so she just lifts it to my mouth. The ice cream is cold and sweet against my lips. It's chocolate, my favorite. She must have remembered from some long-forgotten parent questionnaire. The small, thoughtful gesture is an intimacy that catches me completely off guard. She takes a lick of her own vanilla cone, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she smiles at Landon. It's the most natural, breathtaking thing I've ever seen, and my heart can't stop racing that I need to look away. That night, the house feels different. The oppressive silence has been replaced by a warm, tired quiet. The ghosts are gone. After we put an exhausted, happy Landon to bed so he can rest before dinner, I find Chelsea in the kitchen wiping down the counters. "Hey," I say, my voice softer than I intend. She looks up, a small, tired smile on her face. "Hey. Thank you," I say. "For today." "You too," she admits. "He needed that." We all did. An easy, comfortable silence settles between us. It's a new feeling, one that isn't filled with unspoken arguments or simmering tension. "I have a request," I say, the words seeming strange and vulnerable. "For dinner." She raises an eyebrow, a flicker of the old challenge in her eyes. "Don't tell me. Pan-seared scallops with a saffron risotto?" "No," I say, a genuine smile breaking through. "Mac and cheese." From a box, the kind with the bright orange powder. Her jaw actually drops. She stares at me, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and amusement. "You're kidding." "I'm not," I say, feeling a flush creep up my neck. "My mother considered it poison. I think I've only had it 3 times in my entire life. But I remember it was the best thing I'd ever tasted." A slow, dazzling smile spreads across her face, transforming her. The formidable queen disappears, replaced by a woman with a laugh in her eyes. "The best, huh?" "The absolute best," I confirm, my own grin feeling wide and unfamiliar. An hour later, the 3 of us are sitting at the massive kitchen island, eating mac and cheese out of bowls. The house is filled with Landon's happy chatter and, for the first time, our laughter. It's not a balanced meal. It has no nutritional value whatsoever, and it's the most perfect dinner I've ever had. Later, after Landon is asleep, I walk her to her guest room door. We stand in the quiet hallway, the space that once held so much anger and tension now feeling different, peaceful. "Thank you, Chelsea," I say again, and this time it's for more than just the zoo. For everything. "You too, Blake," she says softly. Her gaze is warm, her armor completely gone. She looks at me, really looks at me, and I see a flicker of the same terrifying, wonderful thing I feel stirring in my own chest. Before either of us can do something stupid, something that would break this fragile, beautiful truce, she gives me a small, shy smile and disappears into her room. I stand in the hallway for a long time, the ghost of her smile imprinted on my mind. It wasn't a solution. It wasn't a plan. It was just a day. And it might have been the most beautiful day of my life.
Chapter 17. Chelsea. I wake up to the unfamiliar sound of silence. Not the oppressive, weighted silence that haunted this house when we first arrived, but a soft, peaceful quiet, the kind that feels like a warm blanket. For a moment, I forget where I am. I'm just a woman in a comfortable bed with the morning sun slanting through the windows. Then it all comes rushing back. Eleanor, the trust, Landon, the 90-day sentence, Blake. A strange, unfamiliar feeling unfurls in my chest. It's not dread. It's not anger. It's something else. Something lighter. The memory of yesterday of the zoo, of Landon's pure, unadulterated joy, is a warm, glowing ember inside me. The memory of Blake, his guard down, a genuine smile on his face as he requested mac and cheese, is a different kind of heat altogether. I swing my legs out of bed and pull on a pair of soft leggings and an old worn-out college sweatshirt. It's my favorite piece of clothing, my go-to comfort armor. Downstairs, the house is quiet. I follow the scent of coffee and something else, something sweet and warm, to the kitchen, and then I stop dead in the doorway. Blake is standing at the stove, his back to me. He's wearing nothing but a pair of low-slung gray sweatpants that ride on his lean hips, and that's it. My brain short-circuits. It's one thing to see him in a tailored suit or even a t-shirt. It's another thing entirely to be confronted with the sight of his bare back, a wide expanse of smooth tanned skin and sculpted muscle that tapers down to a narrow waist. The play of muscle and bone as he moves is a work of art, a study in masculine grace and power. It is, without a doubt, the most distracting, infuriatingly gorgeous thing I have ever seen. I should clear my throat. I should announce my presence. I do neither. I just stand there, my mouth suddenly dry, and stare. He's humming under his breath, a low, tuneless sound, as he flips something in a pan. Pancakes. The man is making pancakes. The sheer, unexpected domesticity of the scene is a battering ram against my carefully constructed defenses. This is not the methodical, emotionally stunted man who tried to schedule my life. This is someone else. Someone relaxed and real and hot. God, he's so ridiculously hot. He turns, a plate of golden brown pancakes in his hand, and sees me. He freezes. A faint flush creeps up his neck, and I'm surprised to see that Blake Morrison looks flustered. He rakes a hand through his perfectly messy hair, a gesture I'm starting to recognize as his tell. "Morning," he says roughly. I was hungry. Landon mentioned pancakes yesterday, so..." He trails off, gesturing vaguely at the stove with the spatula. "You cook?" The words come out breathier than I intend. "I follow instructions," he corrects, a ghost of his old self. "It's just chemistry. Precise measurements, controlled heat application. It's not so different from running a business." I can't help the smile that breaks through. I'm pretty sure my business runs on chaos and love, not controlled heat application. He looks at me, a real, unguarded smile transforming his face. The dimple makes an appearance. My stomach does a slow, stupid flip. "Well," he says in a warm rumble that vibrates right through me. "Maybe we need a little of both." The moment hangs in the air, thick and sweet as syrup. The space between us is charged, not with anger, but with a new, terrifyingly fragile chemistry. Landon chooses that moment to come skidding into the kitchen in his dinosaur pajama-clad feet, breaking the spell. Breakfast is nice. It's a word I never thought I'd associate with Blake Morrison. The three of us sit at the massive island, eating pancakes and laughing as Landon gives us a very serious, very detailed account of a dream he had about a flying giraffe. Blake listens with a focused intensity, asking follow-up questions about the giraffe's aerodynamics. He's not just humoring a child, he's engaged, he's present, he's learning. And the terrifying thought occurs to me that he's not just learning for Landon, he's learning for me too. He's meeting me in the mess. After breakfast, We migrate to the enormous formal living room, which is slowly starting to look like a home, littered with Landon's toys. We put on his favorite cartoon about a team of talking rescue dogs, and the three of us pile onto the sofa. Landon wedges himself between us, a warm, solid little presence. I'm curled up on one side. He's stretched out on the other, his long legs propped up on the ottoman. His arm is resting along the back of the sofa, not touching me, but so close I can feel the warmth radiating from his skin. The air is ripe with the scent of his soap and the comfortable, easy silence that has settled between us. I watch him out of the corner of my eye as he watches the cartoon with Landon, his expression soft, his usual guard completely gone. This, I think, with a sharp, painful pang in my chest. This is what it could be like. Easy, warm, safe. The thought is so foreign, so dangerous, that I have to physically shove it away. My fingers find the cool, familiar metal of my locket, my thumb rubbing over the worn engraving. An anchor in a sea of terrifying new feelings. The sharp, jarring ring of the doorbell slices through the cartoon theme song. Blake groans, a low, frustrated sound. Who could that possibly be? It's a Sunday. People are supposed to stay at home. I'll get it, I say, grateful for the excuse to move, to put some distance between us. I walk to the massive front door and pull it open, and the fragile, beautiful piece of our Sunday morning shatters into a million pieces. David and Patricia Morrison stand on the doorstep. He, in a crisp polo shirt and slacks, looking like he just stepped off his yacht. She, in a cream-colored cashmere twin set and pearls, her perfectly coiffed blonde hair immune to the bay breeze. They are a united front of cold, quiet disapproval. Patricia's perfectly plucked eyebrows rise a fraction of an inch as her gaze sweeps over me, taking in my worn sweatshirt, my leggings, my bare feet. Her lips thin into a bloodless line. Well, she says, her voice like a silken weapon, you must be the project. I feel the blood drain from my face. My hand flies to my forearm, my fingers gripping the tattoos there, my armor, my defiance. Mom? Dad? Blake's voice is sharp, confused. He appears behind me, his bare chest and sweatpants a stark, casual contrast to their rigid formality. David Morrison's eyes narrow, taking in the scene. The cartoons audible from the living room, his son half-dressed, me standing in his way. His gaze is a physical thing, a cold, heavy weight of contempt. Blake, he says in a dangerous growl that promises a war I didn't even know was coming. What the hell is this circus? We need to talk.
Chapter 18. Blake. My parents' presence in the doorway is like a visit from hell. The warm, pancake and cartoon-scented air of our Sunday morning is instantly sucked out, replaced by a vacuum of cold, judgmental silence. I feel Chelsea stiffen beside me, the soft comfort of her sweatshirt no match for the hard chill emanating from the foyer. Father, Mother. My voice a low, hard thing I barely recognize. I move to stand slightly in front of Chelsea, a purely instinctual act of shielding. We'll talk in the library. My father's gaze sweeps over my bare chest and sweatpants, a look of profound disappointment hardening his features. He gives a curt nod, a general dismissing his insubordinate soldier. He strides past us, his expensive loafers making no sound on the polished floors. My mother, however, lingers. Her gaze lands on Landon, who has peeked his head out from behind the sofa, his eyes wide. A plastic, predatory smile stretches her lips. And this must be the little boy who's causing all the fuss. Hello, Landon. I'm your grandmother, Patricia. The title is a claim, a planting of a flag in territory that isn't hers. I see Chelsea's hand clench at her side. Patricia, why don't you wait in the living room? I command. It's not a request. I will be there in a moment. Her smile tightens, but she glides into the living room, a shark in cashmere. I turn to Chelsea, my mind racing. I'm sorry. I had no idea. Your family doesn't seem like the type to call ahead, she says, her voice devoid of its earlier warmth. Her armor is back up, gleaming and impenetrable. She's already gone. I leave her there, a silent, furious guardian at the entrance to the living room, and walk into the library. The door clicks shut behind me, and the battle begins. My father is standing by the fireplace, his back to me, staring up at a portrait of one of Eleanor's grim-faced ancestors. That manipulative old witch, he growls, voice low. Even in death, she finds a way to screw us. This isn't about you, I say, my voice hard. This is about a child. He turns, his face a hard mask of cold fury. This is about everything but the child, Blake. Do you have any idea what you've done? I'm upholding my responsibilities. You're torpedoing a $100 million merger is what you're doing, he explodes, his voice echoing in the silent, wood-paneled room. The Sterling deal? The one I've spent the last year of my life negotiating? It was contingent on the families being aligned, on you being aligned with Diana Sterling, not playing house with her. You're living with her. It's not a good look, even co-parenting. The way he says her makes it sound like a disease. The pieces click into place. The pressure, the sudden appearance. It was never just about the scandal. It was about money. It's always about money. The Sterlings are getting nervous, he continues, pacing in front of the fireplace like a caged animal. They see this circus, this public, messy entanglement with a woman of her background, and they see instability. They see a liability. Her name is Chelsea, I say, my voice dangerously quiet. I don't give a damn what her name is, he snarls. She's a problem that needs to be solved. I've already had my lawyers look into the trust. It's tight. But the woman herself, every person like that has a price. We find out what she wants, we pay her off, and we make her disappear. She sells her shares, signs away her rights to the boy, and you get back to your real life. A hot, sick feeling coils in my gut. He's talking about her like she's a line item. A hostile asset to be liquidated. The woman who made me laugh over boxed mac and cheese. The woman who held a grieving little boy and made him feel safe. No, I say. The word is absolute. My father stops pacing. He looks at me, his eyes cold and hard. What did you say? I said no, I repeat, my voice stronger now. You will not go near her. You will not try to buy her out. You will not threaten her. This is my responsibility, mine and hers. You will stay out of it. He laughs, a short, ugly sound. Your responsibility? You have one responsibility, Blake. To this family, to the name. You've been playing at this little schoolteacher fantasy for long enough. It's time to grow up and remember who you are. I know exactly who I am, I say, and the words feel true for the very first time in my life. I'm the man who is going to raise that little boy in the next room, and I'm going to do it with her, whether you like it or not. I'm not asking you, Blake. I'm telling you. He takes a step closer, his voice dropping to a low, threatening growl. He is the patriarch, the king, and I am the disobedient son. You will end this charade, or I will end it for you. And I promise you my way will be much more unpleasant for everyone involved. The threat hangs in the air, absolute and immovable. He is not a man who bluffs. I stand there, trapped between the man I was raised to be and the man I am becoming, and finally I realize they cannot coexist. Before I can respond, a sharp, unhappy cry comes from the living room. Landon. My father and I both turn toward the sound. I brush past him, my heart a frantic, panicked thing in my chest, and stride into the living room. The scene that greets me is a nightmare of quiet, domestic cruelty. Landon is sitting ramrod straight on the sofa, small face pinched and miserable. My mother is kneeling in front of him, her perfectly manicured hands on his small shoulders. No, dear, she sang, her voice a sickly, sweet poison. We don't put our elbows on the table. And we sit up straight. Morrison men do not slouch. Let's try that again, shall we? Chelsea is standing a few feet away, her arms crossed, her body rigid with a fury so potent I can feel it from across the room. "He's 4, Patricia," she says, her voice tight with restraint. "He's watching a cartoon. He doesn't need a lesson in posture." "Nonsense," my mother says, not even glancing at Chelsea. "Good habits must be instilled early. Some children just aren't taught these things. It's not their fault, of course. The microaggression is so perfectly executed, so flawlessly delivered, it's almost an art form. And something inside me snaps. The pressure from my father, the condescension from my mother, the sight of Landon's small, unhappy face, the look of pure, unadulterated rage in Chelsea's eyes. It all coalesces into a single, clarifying moment of pure, cold fury. "Get out!" My voice cuts through the room, sharp and absolute. My parents both turn to look at me, their expressions of shock identical. "What did you say?" my father demands. "I said, get out," I repeat, my voice deathly calm. I walk over and stand in front of my mother, a human shield between her and the little boy on the sofa. "Both of you, out of this house, now." My mother stands, her face an angry mask of outraged indignation. "Blake, I was simply trying to—" "I know what you were trying to do," I say, my gaze unwavering. "And you're done." My father takes a step forward, his face thunderous. "You do not speak to your mother that way. You do not speak to me that way." "I'm not your son right now," I say, my words feeling like a severing, a final, irrevocable break. "I'm his guardian, and I'm telling you to leave." For a long, silent moment, no one moves. It's a standoff. Then my father gives a short, sharp nod, his eyes promising a war to come. He takes my mother's arm, and without another word, they turn and walk out of the house. The front door closes behind them, the sound echoing in the sudden, toxic silence. I did it. I chose. I stood up to them. A wave of something wild and triumphant rushes through me. I turn, a sense of victory on my lips, ready to see... What? Approval? Relief? An acknowledgement of the alliance I just forged? But that's not what I see. I turn and meet Chelsea's eyes, and the fragile, hopeful connection we'd built over the last 24 hours is gone. Her face is an icy mask of cold, hostile fury. She's not looking at me like I'm her partner. She's not looking at me like I'm her ally. She's looking at me like I'm just one of them. Like I'm the source of the poison that just invaded her home. And I realize with a sickening, hollow certainty that I didn't just kick my parents out. I invited them into our fragile relationship, and the damage is already done.
Chapter 19. Chelsea. The front door clicks, and the silence that floods the room is toxic. It's a thick, poisonous fog, swirling with Patricia's condescending smile and David's cold fury. The cheerful, mindless theme song of the cartoon on the television is a grotesque soundtrack to the wreckage of our morning. Landon is still on the sofa, his small body curled into a tight ball, his face buried in a cushion. He's pretending to be invisible. I know the feeling. Blake turns to me, his face a mess of apology and frustration. The victory I saw in his eyes moments ago when he stood up to his father is gone, replaced by a desperate, pleading look. "Chelsea, I'm so sorry. I had no idea they were coming. I never would have." "Wouldn't have what, Blake?" I cut him off, my voice a low, vicious thing. The warmth from our pancake breakfast, from our day at the zoo, has curdled into a cold, hard knot in my gut. "Wouldn't have let them in?" "They're your parents. This is your world. You just brought it to our front door." "That's not fair," he says, taking a step toward me. "I kicked them out. I chose you. I chose this. You didn't choose me." I laugh, A harsh, ugly sound that makes Landon flinch on the sofa. You didn't have a choice, remember? We're a package deal, a business arrangement. Your father made that perfectly clear. I'm the liability threatening his $100 million merger. Your father was too loud, making sure I hear him loud and clear. That has little to do with you, he insists, his voice rising. That's about his greed, his obsession with control. Oh, the irony. I spit, the words tasting like acid. And what do you call your laminated schedules? Your nutritional menus? Your need to manage every single second of this boy's life? You are exactly like him. The blow lands. I see it in the way the color drains from his face, in the sudden, wounded look in his eyes. It's a low blow, and I know it. And I don't care. All the buried resentment, all the insecurities his parents just dragged out into the light, are boiling over. That's not true, he says in a raw whisper. Isn't it? I advance on him, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. My fingers ache to trace the lines of my tattoos, to find my anchor, but I refuse to give him the satisfaction of seeing me search for strength. Your mother called me a project. And the worst part is, she's not wrong, is she? That's all I am to you. The foster kid who built a school on passion. The chaotic mess you can fix with your money and your structure. That is the most absurd, unfair thing you have ever said. He's angry now, the hurt giving way to a defensive fury. I have done nothing but try to meet you halfway, to build something stable for that boy. You've done nothing but try to colonize my life. I'm shouting now, the sound raw and ugly in the cavernous room. You look at me, and you don't see a partner. You see a problem to be solved, an unstable variable you need to control. You think I don't see the way you look at me? It's not respect, Blake. It's pity. You feel sorry for the poor little girl who never had a family, and you think you can swoop in and save me. Save you. He lets out a sharp, incredulous laugh. You are the most stubbornly self-sufficient, impossible woman I have ever met. No one could save you because you won't let anyone within a 10-foot radius of that fortress you've built around yourself. That fortress kept me alive, I scream, jabbing a finger at my own chest. While you were at Yale, learning about corporate finance, I was learning how to tell which foster dad had been drinking by the sound of his footsteps in the hall. So don't you dare stand there in your sweatpants that cost more than my first car and judge the walls I built to survive. The room is vibrating with the force of our anger. We're standing in the living room, two warring nations, and the air is permeated with smoke and the fury of our battle. All the things we've so carefully not said for weeks are out now, ugly and venomous and true. It's about race. It's about class. It's about the chasm between his world and mine, a gap so wide I don't think we could ever cross it. He looks at me, his chest heaving, his green eyes blazing with a pain that mirrors my own. I'm not judging you, Chelsea. God, I'm not. I admire you. Your strength, your passion, He runs a frustrated hand through his hair, the gesture frantic, desperate. It's the one thing in my life that feels real. His confession, so raw and unexpected, should soften me. But I'm too raw, too wounded. His admiration feels like another kind of pity, another way of seeing me as other. I don't want your admiration, I say, voice a low, trembling thing. I don't want your pity. I don't really want to be your project, Blake. The one good thing you do to absolve yourself of all that privilege. Is that what you think this is? He asks, his voice breaking. An act of charity? Isn't it? And then a sound, small and fragile, cuts through the toxic haze of our anger. It's a sob. A quiet, hiccuping little sound, like a wounded animal. We both freeze. We turn slowly toward the sofa. Landon has uncurled himself. He's sitting up, his small face streaked with silent tears. He's not looking at us. He's staring at his own small hands, twisting in his lap. He lets out another soft, hitching sob, a sound of pure, hopeless despair. He's not throwing a tantrum. He's not asking for comfort. He's just breaking. The fight drains out of me in a sickening, icy rush, leaving me hollow and cold. We didn't just fail him. We did this. We broke him with our anger, our pride, our baggage. We are the monsters. Landon. Blake's voice is a choked whisper. He takes a step toward the sofa, his hand outstretched. Don't, I say, the word a raw tear in my throat. Don't you touch him. I can't do this anymore. I can't live in this house, with this man, and watch as we destroy this little boy piece by piece. His parents were right. I am a liability. My presence here, my friction with Blake, my very existence is the problem. My body moves on its own. I turn, my legs feeling like they're moving through water, and walk to the foyer. I grab my purse from the hook. I find my keys. Blake is standing in the archway to the living room, his face a terrifying mask of pale, dawning horror. Chelsea, what are you doing? I'm leaving, I say, my voice flat and dead. I'm taking myself out of the equation. It's the only way to fix this. Don't, he pleads, his voice cracking. Don't do this. We can fix this. We can't, I say, and finally I believe it. I look past him, at the small broken boy on the sofa, a casualty of a war he never asked to be a part of. He deserves better than this. He deserves better than us. I open the front door, and the bright, indifferent Sunday morning sunlight streams in. Chelsea, please, he whispers, his voice raw with a pain that I don't have the strength to acknowledge. I don't look back. I can't. I just walk out the door, into the blinding light, and run. I run as if the fires of hell are chasing me, but they're not. They're inside, in that beautiful haunted house, in the wreckage of a family that was never meant to be.
Chapter 20. Blake. She's gone. The front door closes, a sound of absolute finality that echoes in the sudden, vast silence of the living room. For a long moment, I can't move. I can't breathe. My entire system has crashed, leaving only a single looping error message. She's gone. Another sound breaks through the static. A soft, hitching sob from the sofa. Landon. The name is an anchor in the storm. I turn, my movement stiff, robotic. He's still curled in a tight ball, his small shoulders shaking. The fact that he looks so small and so broken is a fist of guilt closing around my heart. I caused this. My family, my world, my argument. We did this to him. I cross the room and fall to my knees in front of the sofa. My hands hover, useless, in the air above his back. What am I supposed to do? What's the protocol for this? There is no protocol. There's only a little boy who is crying, and the woman who knows how to fix it just walked out the door. Landon, I say, my voice sounding like a rough, unfamiliar thing. It's okay. We're okay. It's a lie. A clumsy, pathetic lie. He flinches at the sound of my voice, curling in on himself even tighter. My phone is in my hand before I've made a conscious decision to pull it out. My fingers fly across the screen, my mind racing. I can't leave him, but I can't let her go. I find Rosa's number in the emergency contacts list Chelsea insisted we create. It's her day off. I don't care. Rosa, I say when she answers. It's Blake. I need you. It's an emergency. I don't give her time to argue. I just tell her to come now and hang up. I sit on the floor, my back against the sofa, and wait. I don't try to touch Landon again. I just sit there, a silent, useless guardian, as the minutes stretch into an eternity, marked only by the sound of a child's quiet, hopeless weeping. When Rosa arrives, her face is worried confusion. She takes in the scene, me, a wreck on the floor, Landon, a knot of misery on the sofa, and her expression softens into a deep, aching pity. She doesn't see Chelsea. "Go," she commands quietly as she puts her purse down. "Go. Do what you need to do. I've got him." I'm out the door before she can finish the sentence. In the car, my hands shake as I grip the steering wheel. Where would she go? Her apartment is the logical answer, but my gut, a new and unfamiliar compass, tells me no, not there. She wouldn't go to a place that would feel like a cage. She would go to the one place on earth that is entirely, completely hers, the one place she feels safe, her sanctuary, her kingdom. The drive to Little Dreamers is a blur of red lights and frantic, disjointed thoughts. The fight plays on a loop in my head, a litany of my own failures. Every cruel, condescending thing I've ever said to her. Every time I've dismissed her passion as a liability. "You're just like them." Her words are a brand on my soul, the one thing I've spent my entire life trying not to be. My father, with his cold, transactional view of the world. My mother, with her casual, cutting cruelty. Am I like them? Did I look at this incredible, fierce, resilient woman and see a project? A problem to be solved? The thought is a hot, sick feeling rising in my throat. Because maybe she's right. Maybe, in my own way, I've been just as bad. Trying to cage her beautiful, chaotic energy in a spreadsheet. Trying to control her fire instead of just letting it warm me. Little Dreamers is dark when I pull up, a splash of cheerful, sleeping color in the quiet, tree-lined street. The front gate is locked. I punch in the emergency code Chelsea gave me, the numbers feeling like a betrayal on my fingertips. The gate clicks open, and I step inside. The playground is silent, the bright plastic slides and swings rendered in shades of gray by the moonlight. It's a ghost of the joyful, chaotic place it is during the day. It feels lonely. And then I see her. She's on the swings, one of the small, child-sized ones. She's curled in on herself, her knees drawn up to her chest, her arms wrapped around her legs. She's so still, a small, solitary silhouette in the vast, empty darkness. The only movement is the gentle, creaking sway of the swing's chains. I walk toward her, my footsteps silent on the soft, rubberized ground. As I get closer, I hear it. A sound so quiet, so broken, it almost gets lost in the gentle night breeze. She's crying. Not loud, angry sobs. Just a quiet, continuous, hopeless weeping that tears a hole right through my chest. I stop a few feet away, my hands clenched at my sides. What do I say? I'm sorry is a pathetic, inadequate insult. There are no words in my vocabulary that can fix this, so I don't use any. I just walk to the swing next to hers and sit down. The chains groan under my weight. For a long time, we just sit there. Two silent shapes in the dark. The only sound, the soft creak of our swings and the ragged, quiet rhythm of her tears. Her crying subsides into shaky, hitching breaths. "You were right," I say roughly. I'm not looking at her. I'm looking straight ahead, at the empty slide gleaming in the moonlight. About my parents. About me. She doesn't answer. She just keeps swinging, a slow, hypnotic rhythm of forward and back. "I heard you," I continue, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "That day, you called me emotionally stunted. You were right about that, too." I take a ragged breath. "I don't know how to do this, Chelsea. This feeling part. It's not in my programming. All I know is structure, control. It's my own fortress, and it's lonely. The admission hangs, a raw, terrifying truth I've never said out loud to another human being." She finally stops swinging. She turns her head, and in the dim light from the street lamp, I can see the tear tracks on her beautiful face. "Why are your walls so high, Blake?" she whispers, her voice thick and raw. "Because I'm terrified," I admit. the confession a quiet, devastating release. I'm terrified of becoming him, my father. So I build systems, I build walls. I try to control everything, so I don't turn into the man who thinks everything and everyone has a price. I turn to look at her, my own fortress crumbling to dust around me. And then you came along. And you're not a system. You're chaos. You're this beautiful, brilliant, passionate chaos. And you terrify me more than anything. A single tear escapes and traces a path down her cheek. She doesn't wipe it away. You think you're the only one who's scared? She whispers. I've spent my entire life learning that family isn't safe. That love is a weapon people use against you. And then you and this sweet little boy show up and you're building this thing, this home. And it feels so real and so good that it feels like a trap. I'm just waiting for the floor to fall out from under me. Because it always does. And there it is. The truth. We're not so different. We're just two terrified people who've built different kinds of cages to protect ourselves from the same thing. Getting hurt. I stand up and walk over to her swing. I kneel in front of her, on the soft, forgiving ground of her kingdom. I reach out, my hand shaking slightly, and gently wipe the tear from her cheek with my thumb. Her skin is soft, her breath a warm, shaky thing against my fingers. I'm not him, Chelsea, I whisper, my gaze locked on hers. And this isn't a trap. She gazes at me, her dark eyes wide and luminous in the moonlight, searching my face for the truth. The space between us is no longer a battlefield. It's something else. Something quiet and fragile and terrifyingly real. All the anger, all the pride, all the history between us has been stripped away, leaving only this. Two broken, scared people in the middle of an empty playground, finally telling the truth. And in the silence, I realize this is the most honest and most important conversation of my entire life.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 21. Chelsea. His words, his confession, hang in the cold night air between us. This isn't a trap. The promise is a fragile, terrifying thing. He's kneeling in front of me in the heart of my kingdom, and all the walls I've spent a lifetime building are turning to dust. His thumb is a brand on my cheek, his touch a gentle question I don't know how to answer. The air is cold, raising goosebumps on my arms beneath my thin sweatshirt. It's cold out here, I whisper. The words a flimsy excuse. I don't want to go back to that haunted house, but I don't want this, whatever this is, to end. I know. He rumbles. He stands. His movements slow, deliberate. He holds out a hand. Come inside. It's not a command. It's an invitation, a truce. My fingers, cold and trembling, find his. His hand is large, warm and strong, engulfing mine completely. He doesn't pull me. He just waits. I let him help me off the swing. And at last, we're not rivals, not co-guardians. We're just a man and a woman standing together in the quiet dark. We walk back into Little Dreamers, the familiar smell of crayons and childhood wrapping around me like a blanket. The silence in here is different from the silence at the mansion. It's a peaceful, sleeping quiet, full of the ghosts of laughter. I have the new admissions files in my office, I say clumsily. I need a reason for this, a task to focus on, something to distract from the raw, humming energy between us. I should show them to you. He just nods, his green eyes dark and intense in the dim light from the security lamps. My office is small and cluttered, a direct contrast to his sterile, minimalist world. It's a den of organized chaos, my desk piled with paperwork, the walls covered in children's drawings. It's my sanctuary, and I just invited the wolf inside. I turn on the small desk lamp, casting a warm, intimate glow over the room. I let go of his hand, the loss of his warmth an immediate, aching void. I move behind my desk, putting the solid piece of furniture between us like a shield. My fingers tremble as I search for the file folder, my heart a wild, frantic thing against my ribs. Here, I say. My voice clipped as I find the folder. I turn, and he's there. He's moved, silent as a predator, and is standing right in front of the desk, so close I could reach out and touch him. The space, which had been my sanctuary, is now his territory. I hold out the folder. He doesn't take it. "That's not why we're in here, Chelsea," he says, voice a low, rough whisper that vibrates right through me. My breath catches. I can't move. I can't speak. I can only stare at him, at the raw, unguarded hunger in his eyes. I take a step back, my heel catching on the rug. My arms fly out, the file folder exploding, papers scattering across the floor like fallen leaves. Gravity gives way, the world tilting, a dizzying, terrifying fall. And then he's there. He moves with a speed and grace that is shocking. His arms a solid wall of muscle catching me, hauling me against his chest. The impact is a shock to the system, a full-body collision of heat and strength. My hands fly to his shoulders to steady myself, my fingers clutching at the hard muscle there. His scent, clean soap and man, fills my head, short-circuiting every rational thought. We're chest to chest, hip to hip, a tangle of limbs and ragged breaths. His heart is a frantic, wild drum against my own. I look up, and his gaze is a physical thing, a searing brand on my skin. "Chelsea," he breathes, his voice a prayer, a plea. And that's it. That's the end of the fight. I rise up on my toes, my mouth finding his. This kiss is nothing like the one in the kitchen. That was anger. This is everything else. It's the raw, terrified honesty from the playground. It's the shared, aching loneliness. It's 3 years of simmering, unspoken, and utterly denied desire. It's a surrender. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. The silence that descends is different. It's not angry. It's not tense. It's profound. The only sound is the ragged, desperate gasps of our breathing, slowly returning to normal. He stirs, his arm tightening around me, pulling me against his chest. My head finds the hollow of his shoulder, my cheek pressed against his warm, damp skin. His heart is a steady, powerful drum beneath my ear. He doesn't speak. He just holds me. His fingers find my forearm. his thumb tracing the intricate, familiar lines of my tattoos, my armor. Finally, I don't feel the need to pull away. I lie there, in the ruins of my office, in the arms of my enemy, and I know with a terrifying absolute certainty that nothing will ever be the same again. Chapter 22. Chelsea. The first coherent thought that penetrates the hazy, blissed-out fog is the sharp corner of a file folder digging into my hip. The second is the distinct institutional smell of the industrial-grade carpet cleaner we use at the school. Reality comes crashing back in, a cold, brutal wave. We're on the floor of my office, naked. Scattered around us are the admissions files for next year's class. My clothes are in a heap by the desk. His are somewhere near the door. The man currently tangled around me, his leg thrown possessively over mine, his arm a heavy, warm weight around my waist, is Blake Morrison. My enemy? My rival? My co-guardian? A hot, sick feeling, sharp and acidic, rises in my throat. What have I done? His breathing is deep and even against my back, the slow, steady rhythm of sleep. In this moment, he's not the methodical man who drives me insane. He's just a warm, solid presence in the dark, holding me like he has a right to. And the terrifying part? I let him. I wanted him to. I begged him to. The memory of my own voice, sobbing his name, begging him to go deeper, harder, is a fresh wave of humiliation. My fingers find the skin of my forearm, but it's not my tattoos I feel. It's him. His thumb is still making slow, lazy circles there, an unconscious, possessive gesture, even in sleep. I have to get out. I move slowly, carefully, my limbs feeling heavy and bruised. I try to detangle myself from him without waking him. His arm tightens in his sleep, a low murmur rumbling in his chest as he pulls me closer. For a split second, I let myself melt against him, my body a traitor that craves his warmth, his strength. Then the image of Landon's face, tear-streaked and miserable after our fight, flashes in my mind. This is a complication. No, it's not a complication. It's a catastrophe. It's a stick of dynamite thrown into an already volatile situation, and Landon is the one who will be caught in the blast. I finally manage to slide out from under his arm. The loss of his body heat is immediate, a sudden, stark cold that has nothing to do with the temperature of the room. I stand, my body aching in places I didn't know could ache, and gather my clothes with shaking hands. I dress in the dark, fumbling with buttons and zippers, my skin still humming from his touch. I look down at him. In sleep, he looks younger, the hard, controlled lines of his face softened. A lock of his messy blonde hair has fallen across his forehead. He looks peaceful, vulnerable. My chest aches with a feeling so sharp and unfamiliar it terrifies me. I can't do this. I can't feel this. Chelsea? His voice is a low, rough rasp of sleep. He pushes himself up on one elbow, his eyes still hazy, his hair a beautiful disaster. What's wrong? Get dressed, I say flatly in a voice I don't recognize. We have to go. The sleepy haze in his eyes clears, replaced by a dawning confusion, then hurt as he takes in my rigid posture, my closed-off expression. He stands, unself-conscious in his nakedness, and starts gathering his own clothes. The silence is thick with everything we're not saying. Chelsea, about what just happened, he starts, his voice tentative as he pulls on his pants. It was a mistake. I cut him off, the words sharp and cruel. I can't look at him. If I look at him, I'll fall apart. It was a stupid, unprofessional mistake, and it can't happen again. A mistake? He stops, his shirt halfway on. That's what that was to you? What else would it be? I finally force myself to look at him, my expression a mask of bored indifference I don't feel. We're under an insane amount of pressure. We lost control. It happens. It meant nothing. The hurt in his eyes is a physical blow. His face shudders, the familiar cool mask of the methodical man snapping back into place. The vulnerable, real man from the playground is gone. I just banished him. Right, he says, his voice devoid of all emotion. Nothing. We drive back to the mansion in separate cars. The 20-minute drive is a silent, agonizing reprieve. When I let myself into the quiet house, the first thing I do is go to Landon's room. I stand in the doorway, watching the steady rise and fall of his small chest in the dim glow of his dinosaur nightlight. He looks so small, so innocent. My heart feels like it's being squeezed in a vice. I'm his guardian, his protector. And I just slept with the one person who represents the other half of his fractured world, not for comfort, not for connection, but in a blaze of anger and lust. How does that protect him? It doesn't. It just puts him right in the middle of a new, more dangerous kind of crossfire. The next day at Little Dreamers, I'm a machine. I throw myself into work with a frantic, desperate energy, trying to outrun the memory of Blake's touch, the sound of his voice groaning my name. You're going to burn a hole in that carpet if you keep pacing like that. Maya's voice cuts through my frantic thoughts. I'm in my office, which I spent an hour this morning scrubbing and reorganizing, trying to erase any trace of him, of us. It didn't work. I'm busy, I say, not looking at her. You're spiraling, she corrects. What's wrong? You've been so distracted all morning. Before I can answer, one of the assistants pokes her head in. Chelsea, there's a lunch delivery for you. My blood runs cold. I know who it's from before she even says the name. She brings in a bag from my favorite upscale sandwich shop, the one I can never afford. A small note is attached. You need to eat. It's not signed. It doesn't have to be. I'm not hungry, I say tightly. You can have it. I walk past Maya, out of my office, needing to escape the scent of expensive food and unwanted thoughtfulness. I can feel her eyes on my back. Later, she corners me in the supply closet. Okay, spill, she demands. This has Blake Morrison written all over it. What did he do? It's nothing. I lie, my back to her as I pretend to organize a bin of glitter. Nothing, she scoffs. Chelsea, I've known you for 10 years. The only time you get this quiet is when you're either about to burn the world down or your heart is on the line. And since the world is still standing. I stay silent, my knuckles white as I grip the plastic bin. Honey, she says, her voice softening. That man could negotiate a peace treaty between a hurricane and a volcano. I'm not surprised he found a way past your defenses. A choked, humorless laugh escapes my lips. She puts a hand on my shoulder. But I saw the way he was looking at you in that boardroom. A man like that doesn't just look at a woman by accident. He targets her. And when a man like Blake Morrison has you in his sights, she sighs, a sound of profound worldly wisdom. Danger is just part of the price of admission. The only question is whether or not you think he's worth the risk. She leaves me there, in the quiet, crayon-scented darkness of the supply closet, the echo of her words ringing in my ears. I'm no longer afraid of him. I'm terrified of the answer to her question.
Chapter 23. Blake. After the night we spent at her office, we avoided each other like the plague. We are two ghosts haunting the same house, moving through the same spaces, but never truly occupying them at the same time. The air is rich with the unspoken, with the memory of skin and sweat and whispered confessions. She has erected a wall of cool, impenetrable professionalism between us, and I, a man who builds walls for a living, find myself completely shut out. Her rejection, it meant nothing, is a wound that refuses to heal. My logical mind tells me she's panicking, that she's scared, but the other part of me, the new, unfamiliar part that felt her surrender, that held her in the aftermath, is just hurt. I oscillate between a cold, simmering anger and a deep, aching loneliness that is a new and unwelcome variable in my carefully managed system. We are, for all intents and purposes, failing, and Landon is the one paying the price. He's become a tiny barometer of our emotional weather. When we're in the same room, locked in our cold, polite silence, he's quiet, withdrawn, his small shoulders hunched. But when he's alone with one of us, he's a different child. With me, he's cautiously inquisitive. With her, he's vibrant and happy. I see it, and a part of me, a part I hate, is jealous of the effortless way she connects with him, of the magic she brings into his life, the magic I seem to poison just by being present. It's late afternoon. Rosa is here, a warm, calming presence in the cold, sterile kitchen. She's teaching Landon how to knead dough for dinner rolls, and his small hands are covered in flour. For a moment, watching them, the house almost feels like a home. I'm leaning against the counter, trying to focus on a financial report on my laptop, but my attention keeps snagging on the sound of Landon's quiet laughter. Chelsea is in the adjoining sunroom, her back to us. She's on the phone, her voice a low, tense murmur. I'm trying not to listen, but the glass walls of the room do little to muffle the sound. "I don't know, Maya," she's saying, her voice tight with a familiar, weary frustration. I'm trying. But every time we take one step forward, it feels like we take 3 steps back. I see Landon freeze, his small, flour-dusted hands stilling in the dough. His head tilts, his entire body a small satellite dish pointed toward the sound of her voice. "I'm not good for Landon," she continues, her voice dropping even lower, a raw, painful whisper. "He deserves a home, not a demilitarized zone. Maybe Blake's father was right. Maybe I'm just a liability." The words are like a wake-up call. I see Landon flinch, a small, almost imperceptible movement. His lower lip begins to tremble. His eyes, wide and dark, are fixed on the glass door to the sunroom. Rosa sees it too. Her warm smile falters, her own expression clouding with a worried confusion. She puts a gentle hand on Landon's shoulder. "I don't know if I can do this," Chelsea says, her voice cracking with an emotion I can't decipher. Pain? Resignation? Maybe I should just go. It would be better for everyone. And that's when I see it. The hope in Landon's eyes, the fragile, budding trust we've been trying to cultivate for days just extinguishes. It's like watching a light go out. His small face crumples, a mask of pure, silent despair. "Oh, honey," Rosa whispers, her voice a soft, aching sound. She glances at me, her eyes wide with alarm. "Mr. Blake." But I can't move. I'm frozen, paralyzed by the raw, devastating impact of Chelsea's words and the sight of this little boy's heart breaking in real time. "You know what?" Rosa says, her voice suddenly, artificially bright as she turns back to Landon. "I completely forgot the rosemary for these rolls. I'll be right back, sweet boy." She gives his shoulder a gentle squeeze and scurries out of the kitchen toward the pantry in the hall. It's a transparent, clumsy attempt to create a distraction, to shield him from the rest of the conversation. Chelsea is still on the phone, her back to the room, oblivious to the emotional carnage she's just caused. I'm still frozen, my mind a chaotic mess of anger and hurt, and a desperate, primal need to fix this. It's only a few seconds. 10, maybe 15. Rosa is gone. I'm paralyzed. Chelsea is lost in her own misery. Rosa comes bustling back into the kitchen, a sprig of rosemary in her hand. "Okay, now where were we?" she says, her cheerful tone ringing false in the suddenly silent room. She stops. Her gaze sweeps the kitchen. Her smile falters. "Landon? He was just here," Rosa says, her voice rising with the first notes of panic. "He was right here." She stares at me, her eyes wide. "The phone call," she whispers, her hand flying to her mouth. "Oh God, Mr. Blake, his little face." My own composure cracks. He's hurt. He's hiding. Landon? I call out, my voice too loud in the sudden quiet. We move through the downstairs, a frantic two-person search party. Landon, come on out, buddy. It's not a game. The only answer is the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall, each tick a hammer blow of rising fear. We check the sunroom, the formal dining room, the living room now littered with his toys. Nothing. The house, which felt like a home just yesterday, now feels vast, impersonal, and full of menacing shadows. He likes to hide under the desk in the library, Rosa says, her breath coming in short, panicked pants. We rush into the library. I drop to my knees, my heart thudding a heavy, sick rhythm against my ribs, and pull back the heavy leather chair. The space under the desk is empty. Upstairs, I say tersely. Check the linen closet. He played in there the other day. We take the stairs 2 at a time. The silence upstairs is even more profound, more threatening. We check every room, every closet, behind every piece of antique furniture. The house is empty. The silence is absolute. I'm standing in the upstairs hallway. The sight of our first near kiss and the full weight of the situation crashes down on me. Rosa's words, the phone call, his face. He isn't just hiding. He ran because he thinks she's going to leave him. He ran because he thinks it's his fault. A cold, sharp terror, unlike anything I have ever known, seizes me. It's a band of ice constricting around my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. He's not in the house. A small, 4-year-old boy is gone. Chelsea! The name is a raw, guttural sound, torn from a place deep inside me I didn't know existed. Damn, how did I not hear him leave? Was I so lost in my mind and emotions that I let a child run away? She appears at the bottom of the stairs, her phone still in her hand, her face a tortured mask of worried confusion. What? What's wrong? I heard you shouting. I look down at her from the top of the stairs, my entire world crumbling. It's Landon, I say hoarsely. He's gone.
Chapter 24. Chelsea. Blake's words from the top of the stairs don't register at first. They're just sounds, a jumble of syllables that don't connect. He's gone. It doesn't make sense. Kids don't just go. What are you talking about? He's probably just playing hide and seek, I say, my voice sharp, annoyed. He's hiding. Did you check under his bed? He heard you talking on the phone, he utters, sighing. My heart thuds wildly against my ribcage. Darn it. Let's look for him, I say with urgency, anxiety coursing in my veins. We've checked everywhere, Chelsea, he replies, and the raw, unadulterated terror in his voice finally penetrates my denial. He takes the stairs 2 at a time, his face pale, his eyes wide and dark. The library, the closets, every room. He's not in the house. The floor seems to tilt beneath my feet. The bright, cheerful colors of the living room blur at the edges. My breath catches in my throat, a sharp, painful thing. No, I whisper. It's not a denial. It's a plea. All the awkwardness, the anger, and the emotions since that night evaporates in a wave of pure, cold dread. The air is suddenly thin, hard to breathe. My personal drama, my wounded pride, it's all a luxury I can no longer afford. There is only one thing in the world that matters now. Rosa, I snap, my voice all command. Call the front gate. Tell security no one leaves. No one. She just nods, her face ashen, and fumbles for her phone. The doors. Blake says, his mind already working, plotting, analyzing. We need to check all the doors. We become a machine, a frantic 2-person unit unified by a single terrifying purpose. We move through the house again, but this time, we're not looking for a hiding child. We're looking for an escape route. The front door is locked, the deadbolt thrown. The kitchen door is the same. In a small mud room off the side of the house, We find it. The bolt on the heavy oak door is disengaged. It's a door we never use, one that leads directly out into the sprawling manicured gardens. It's slightly ajar, a dark gaping mouth letting in the cold evening air. I stare at the sliver of darkness, and a sound, a low, wounded thing, escapes my throat. He's outside, in the dark, alone. The cameras, Blake says, already pulling out his phone. He's barking orders into it, his voice sharp and precise. This is Morrison. I need the security feed for the grounds now. Every camera, every angle. We end up in a small, sterile security office off the main garage, a place I didn't even know existed. A uniformed guard, his facial expression one of professional concern, pulls up the footage on a bank of monitors. Blake stands behind him, a tense, coiled spring of barely controlled panic, his hand gripping the back of the guard's chair. I can't sit. I pace, my arms wrapped around myself, my fingers digging into the worn fabric of my sweatshirt. My tattoos, my armor, offer no comfort. There's nothing on the perimeter, the guard says, his voice a flat procedural drone. The gates are secure. Nothing in or out for the last hour. The grounds, Blake grits out. Show me the grounds. The guard switches feeds. We watch a series of silent grayscale images. The long winding driveway, the pristine front lawn, the tennis courts, the pool house. Nothing. Just empty manicured space, bathed in the eerie glow of security lights. The gardens, I say, my voice tight. The area by the side door. There's a blind spot there, ma'am, the guard says, tapping a key. A schematic of the property appears on one of the screens, a blinking red dot indicating a gap in the coverage. The foliage is too dense. We can see the entrance to the garden path, but not the garden itself. He rewinds the footage from that camera. We watch, our breath held, as the minutes tick by. Then we see it. A tiny pajama-clad figure, almost lost in the shadows, slipping out the side door. He hesitates for a second, a small, lonely shape, then disappears into the darkness of the garden path. My breath leaves my body in a ragged, painful rush. He's in the garden. He's close. We're out the door, the three of us, armed with powerful flashlights. The garden, which is so beautiful and serene during the day, is a labyrinth of menacing shapes and shadows at night. The air is cold, and I realize I'm not wearing any shoes. I don't care. Landon. My voice is a raw tear in the quiet. Landon, baby, it's Chelsea. You can come out. The only answer is the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. We search. We comb every inch of that garden, our flashlight beams cutting frantic, desperate paths through the darkness. Blake is methodical, moving in a grid pattern, his voice a low, steady call of Landon's name. I'm pure instinct, my mind trying to crawl inside the head of a scared, heartbroken 4-year-old. Where would he go? Where would he hide to feel safe? We look in the dense foliage of the rose bushes, their thorns snagging on my clothes. We look in the small, whimsical playhouse Eleanor had built for him. It's empty. We look behind every statue, under every bench. Nothing. The initial relief of knowing he was close curdles into a new, more potent form of terror. He's not here. The street, I say, my voice shaking. He could have gotten to the street. The guard has already dispatched his partner to check the perimeter again, to look under the cars parked along the quiet, tree-lined road. Blake and I spill out of the garden gate onto the sidewalk, our flashlights now scanning the dark, empty street. Landon! Blake's voice is no longer steady. It's raw, broken, the sound of a father's worst nightmare. We search like mad people. Under the thick manicured hedges of the neighboring properties. Behind the massive ornate gates, under the gleaming expensive cars that line the curb. The city feels vast, a predatory beast that has swallowed our little boy whole. After an eternity, the second guard returns, his face grim. "Nothing, sir. We've checked the entire block. There's no sign of him. And that's it. The end of the line. The end of hope. He's not in the house. He's not in the garden. He's not on the street. He's just gone." I stop in the middle of the dark, empty road, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand. Blake comes to stand beside me. The guard is on his phone, talking in low, urgent tones, undoubtedly calling the police. All our anger, all our pride, all our stupid, selfish drama has been burned away, leaving only this shared, all-consuming, and utterly devastating terror. He looks at me, his face a pale, ravaged mask in the harsh glare of the streetlights. His carefully constructed world and my fiercely protected one have both been razed to the ground. We are standing in the wreckage, with nothing left but the shared, unbearable weight of our failure. "My fault," I whisper, the words a shard of glass in my throat. "This is all my fault." He doesn't deny it. He doesn't offer false comfort. He just reaches out, his hand finding mine in the darkness. His fingers are cold, his grip a desperate, crushing pressure. "No," he says, voice raw and desperate. "It's ours." And he's right. We built this disaster together. And as we stand there, two enemies unified by a terror so profound it eclipses everything else I know, with a sickening, hollow certainty that if we don't find that little boy, it will destroy us both.
Chapter 25. Blake. The world has shrunk to this one patch of cold, dark asphalt. My hand is crushing hers, her fingers a fragile bird-boned anchor in the storm of my terror. The distant, approaching wail of police sirens is the soundtrack to my failure, a rising crescendo of my own personal apocalypse. We've lost him. The thought is a black hole, sucking all the light and air from the universe. My meticulously ordered world, my entire sense of self, has been obliterated by the absence of one small boy. My mind, my greatest asset, is a useless, frantic machine, replaying the last few hours, searching for a data point I missed. The search grid of the garden, the systematic sweep of the street, the security camera footage. The logic is flawless. The result is a catastrophic failure. Logic is not the answer. The thought is not my own. It's a ghost, an echo. Eleanor's voice from a parent-teacher conference months ago. I'd been explaining my new developmental tracking software to her. She'd listened patiently, her head tilted, that familiar, amused glint in her eyes. "You're a brilliant man, Blake," she had said, taking a sip of her tea. "But you're trying to build a fortress of logic around a thing that is pure, unadulterated magic. Sometimes the only answer is to believe in fairy lights." I had dismissed it as the poetic rambling of an eccentric old woman. Fairy lights, a nonsensical, illogical variable. Fairy lights. My head snaps up. The sirens are closer now, their wail a physical pressure in the night air. I look at the garden, at the dark, menacing labyrinth of manicured hedges and flower beds. We searched it. We searched every inch. But we were searching for a hiding place, not a magical one. "The oak tree," I say, my voice sounding raw and ragged. Chelsea turns to look at me, her face a pale, tear-streaked mask of confusion in the flashing blue and red lights that are now painting the street. "What? Blake, the police are here. We have to, The big one," I insist, my grip on her hand tightening. "At the back of the garden, the one with the weeping branches." My mind is racing, connecting disparate, forgotten data points. A comment Landon made about a, sparkle, huge tree. It's not a logical leap. It's a desperate, insane prayer. I don't wait for her to agree. I just pull her with me, back through the garden gate, past the confused shouts of the security guards. We plunge back into the darkness, my flashlight beam cutting a frantic path. We move past the playhouse, past the rose bushes, to the very back of the property, where a massive, ancient oak tree stands like a silent, brooding giant. Its long, weeping branches hang down like a thick, living curtain, creating a wall of leaves that touches the ground. We searched around it. We looked under it. But we didn't look through it. I push aside a heavy curtain of leaves, my heart a frantic, wild thing in my chest. And the world stops. It's a secret grotto, a small, hidden pocket of space concealed by the tree's branches. The ground is covered in soft moss, and a small, child-sized armchair sits in the middle. And all around it, woven through the branches, are dozens of tiny, battery-operated fairy lights, casting a warm, magical golden glow over the hidden space. It's a secret garden, Eleanor's final, perfect piece of magic. And sitting in the armchair, his small body curled in on itself, is Landon. He's not crying. He's clutching a string of the fairy lights in his small, flower-dusted hands, the soft golden light illuminating his pale, tear-streaked face. He's staring at them with a desperate, focused intensity, his lips moving in a silent, continuous whisper. The relief is so profound, so absolute, it almost brings me to my knees. It's a wave that crashes over me, leaving me weak and trembling. Chelsea makes a sound beside me, a choked, ragged sob of pure, unadulterated joy. She starts to move forward, but I put a hand on her arm, stopping her. Not yet. We can't just crash into this fragile, sacred space. We have to understand. We stand in the darkness just outside the curtain of leaves, and we watch. We listen. His whisper is a tiny, fragile thread of sound in the quiet. "Please make her stay," he murmurs to the lights, his voice thick with unshed tears. "I'll be good. I won't be messy. I'll eat all my asparagus. Just please make Miss Chelsea stay." The words are a clean, sharp, and devastating blow. It's not a tantrum. It's a bargain. A 4-year-old boy kneeling at the altar of his grandmother's magic, trying to negotiate with the universe for the one thing he wants in the world, a family. My conflict, my argument, my parents. It all led to this. To a little boy who believes he is the one who needs to be better. The last of my fortress, the final crumbling wall of my structured, logical world, turns to dust. It's not about schedules. It's not about nutrition. It's about this raw, terrifying, and beautiful thing called love. And I've been getting it so profoundly, catastrophically wrong. I finally understand. Stability isn't a plan you impose. It's a feeling you create. It's the certainty that you are safe, that you are loved, that no matter how bad the storm gets, no one is going to leave. A new feeling, cold and hard and clear as diamond, settles in my chest, replacing the frantic terror. It's not logic. It's not a plan, it's a purpose. A resolve so absolute, so unshakable. It feels like it's been forged in the heart of a star. I will not be my father. I will not let them poison this. I will protect this boy. And I will protect the fierce, beautiful, and broken woman who is the only other person on this planet who understands what he needs. I finally step through the curtain of leaves. Landon looks up, his eyes widening, a small, startled gasp escaping his lips. I sink to my knees in front of him, on the soft, forgiving moss of his grandmother's sanctuary. I don't say a word. I just open my arms. For a long, heart-stopping moment, he hesitates. Then he drops the fairy lights and launches himself into my arms, his small body colliding with mine, his arms wrapping around my neck in a desperate, clinging grip. He buries his head in my shoulder, and for the first time since this whole nightmare began, he lets himself sob. Not quiet, hopeless tears, but loud, ragged, gut-wrenching sobs of fear and relief. I hold him, my own eyes burning, my arms a fortress of promise around his trembling body. Over his shoulder, I see Chelsea step into the golden light, her face a beautiful, ravaged mess of tears and dawning hope. Our eyes meet, and in that moment, In the soft, magical glow of the fairy lights, the war is finally over. I don't know what comes next. I don't have a plan. But for the first time, I don't need one. All I need is them, and I will burn down the world to keep them safe.
Chapter 26. Chelsea. We walk back to the house through the dark garden, a strange, silent, and shaken trio. Blake is carrying Landon, who is fast asleep, his small body a warm, trusting weight against Blake's chest. My hand is still clasped in Blake's, our fingers intertwined, a silent, desperate anchor in the aftermath of the storm. The flashing red and blue lights of a police car are a garish, unwelcome intrusion, painting the front of the pristine white mansion in the colors of a crisis. 2 officers meet us at the gate. Blake handles it, his voice a low, steady murmur of explanation and thanks. I'm only half listening. My entire being is focused on the small boy in his arms, on the feeling of his hand in mine. We are a unit, a strange, fractured, and utterly improbable family. The thought is a fragile, terrifying thing. And then I see them, standing on the grand front porch, illuminated by the porch light. David and Patricia Morrison. And they are not alone. A man in a severe, expensive suit stands beside them, a leather briefcase clutched in his hand like a weapon. A lawyer. The fragile hope inside me is instantly extinguished by an icy wind. My fingers tighten around Blake's. He feels it, his own hand squeezing back, a silent acknowledgement. I'm here. There you are, David says as we approach, his voice devoid of any relief. His gaze is a cold, dismissive sweep over my disheveled state. His eyes land on Landon, and for a split second, a flicker of something, concern, crosses his face before it's replaced by a look of hard, proprietary resolve. Thank God he's safe, Patricia says, her voice a silken performance of concern. We came as soon as we heard. Obviously, this situation has become untenable. The word hangs in the air, a declaration of war. My spine stiffens. My fingers trace the familiar defiant lines of my tattoos on my free arm. I am home in this terrain. I know how to fight. Blake shifts Landon's weight, moving to stand slightly in front of me. Mom, Dad, he says in a low, hard warning. This is not the time. On the contrary, the lawyer says, stepping forward. His face becomes a mask of pleasant, professional ruthlessness. This is precisely the time. While you were otherwise engaged, we've been in contact with Mr. Wright. We informed him of our intentions. What intentions? Blake demands. The lawyer's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Eleanor's trust is sentimental. But the court's primary directive is always the best interest of the child. And after tonight, we have a compelling and very public case to make that his best interests are not being served here. The legal jargon is a cold, calculated strike. He's not claiming their family. He's claiming we're failures. A child disappearing from his home, the lawyer continues smoothly, is a clear sign of an unstable and, frankly, dangerous environment. We are prepared to petition the family court to set aside Eleanor's unconventional arrangement and appoint a more suitable, stable family to raise him. And I suppose that's you? I spit, the words tasting like acid. We are his grandparents, David says, his voice a low boom of authority. Blake laughs, a short, ugly sound. You are not his grandparents. You're nothing to him. You have no legal claim. We have a moral one, David shoots back. And we have the resources to turn it into a legal one, to drag this through a very long, very public, and very messy custody battle. We will subpoena teachers. We will hire child psychologists. We will put Ms. Williams's entire life, her unconventional upbringing, under a microscope on a witness stand. Do you really want to put that boy through that? Or her? The thread is clear, a poison-tipped arrow aimed directly at my deepest vulnerabilities. They're going to use my past, my life in the system, to prove I'm unfit. While the men are locked in a tense standoff, Patricia glides toward me. "Chelsea, dear," she says in a low, confidential murmur. "Can we have a word?" Woman to woman, she steers me away toward the shadows at the far end of the porch. "I know this must be so difficult for you," she begins, her eyes a perfect imitation of compassion. "This whole arrangement, it's not your world." She sighs, a theatrical sound of regret. "You're a smart girl. You have to see that this isn't what's best for him. He needs pedigree. The kind of life our family can provide. The kind of life you, with your difficult background, simply cannot." Her hand disappears into her designer handbag. She pulls out a slim, elegant checkbook and a gold pen. The click is a sharp, obscene sound in the quiet. "We're not monsters. We want to be fair." She scribbles on the check, tears it out, and holds it out to me. "A settlement. 7 figures. Enough for you to start over, anywhere you want. A new school, a new life. Far away from all of this unpleasantness." I look down at the check. It's more money than I have ever seen. It's enough to be safe, forever. And it is the single most profound insult I have ever received. She thinks I have a price. She thinks my love can be bought. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across my face. I take the check. The paper is crisp, heavy. "You're right, Patricia," I say in a soft, deadly purr. "I do have a price." A flicker of triumph crosses her face. I hold her gaze, and with a slow, deliberate movement, I tear the check in half, and then in half again. The sound of the ripping paper is a gunshot. I let the small white pieces of her money flutter from my fingers like confetti, scattering at her ridiculously expensive feet. "My price," I say, my voice becoming a clear, ringing declaration that cuts through the night, "is him." I jerk my chin toward the sleeping boy in Blake's arms. "And he is not for sale." Patricia's face is a twisted mask of stunned, outraged disbelief. I walk back to Blake and Landon. At that moment, as if summoned, Landon stirs. He lets out a small, sleepy whimper, his eyes fluttering open. He takes in the scene, the flashing lights, the stern-faced strangers, the tension radiating from all of us. His small face crumples. "Landon," David says, his voice a forced, grandfatherly boom. "Come on, son. Let's get you away from all this." He reaches for him, and then it happens. With a terrified, desperate cry, Landon throws his arms out, not just around Blake's neck, but around mine, too. His small, strong arms encircle both of us, a human chain, physically binding us together. He nestles his face in my shoulder, his small body trembling, clinging to us, to his two constants. The act is so pure, so absolute. It silences everyone. It's a child's choice, clear and irrefutable. He's not choosing Blake. He's not choosing me. He's choosing us. I look at Blake over Landon's head. His face is a mirror of my own. Stunned, heartbroken, and filled with a fierce protective love, so powerful it's a physical force. He looks at his father, his green eyes no longer conflicted, but full of a cold, final resolve. "The deal is dead, Dad," he says, his voice becoming a quiet, devastating blade. "And so are we. You will not come near this boy again. You will not come near her again. This is my family, and you are no longer a part of it." He turns his back on his stunned, silent parents, and with Landon still clinging to both of us, a bridge of flesh and bone between our two broken worlds, he leads us back into the house, away from the flashing lights and the wreckage of his old life, and toward the fragile, terrifying, and beautiful beginning of our new one. Chapter 27. Chelsea. The door clicks shut, a sound of profound finality. For a moment, the three of us just stand there in the grand foyer, a strange, tangled knot of arms and legs and ragged breaths. Landon is a warm, trembling weight between us, his face still buried in my shoulder. Outside, the flashing police lights cast a frantic, silent disco across the walls. The war should be over. But David Morrison is not a man who accepts defeat. The front door swings open again, crashing against the interior wall with a sound like a gunshot. My heart leaps into my throat. David stands there, his face a bloated mask of purple rage, his lawyer a silent, predatory shadow at his shoulder. Patricia follows, her face a pinched, ugly mess of indignation. "You do not turn your back on me, boy," David snarls, advancing into the foyer. "Not ever." Blake instinctively shifts, putting himself more fully between them and us, a solid wall of muscle and defiance. "I told you to leave. And I told you this circus is over." David shoots back, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "You've had your little rebellion. It was pathetic. Now we handle this. The lawyers will draw up the papers. We will make her an offer she can't refuse." He dismisses me with a flick of his eyes, as if I'm a piece of furniture. "She already did refuse," Blake says, his voice deathly calm. "And the answer is no. It will always be no. Then we will do this the hard way." The lawyer steps forward, all smooth reptilian menace. "We will file the petition in the morning. We will freeze the trust's assets pending the hearing. We will bury you in discovery motions and depositions. We will dismantle Ms. Williams's life, piece by piece, in a public courtroom. We will prove she is an unfit guardian, a product of a broken system, and we will win." Every word is a stone, thrown with the intent to wound, to break. My fingers find my tattoos, my anchor in the storm. I feel Landon tremble against me, and something inside me, a core of steel forged in 1,000 different fires, hardens into pure, unadulterated rage. I am not the scared little girl they see, and this is not a fight Blake has to wage alone. I gently disentangle myself from Landon's embrace, pressing a kiss to his hair before looking at Blake. "Let me hold him." He understands immediately. The transfer is seamless. Landon's arms find their way around my neck, and I hold him tight, his small, warm body a shield against my heart. I turn to face the Morrisons, my chin high, my gaze a match for David's cold fury. "You listen to me," I say, my voice low and clear and vibrating with a power they have never heard from me. "You think you can scare me with my own past? You think there's a single corner of my life that's darker than the places I've already been? You are amateurs." I take a step forward, a queen defending her territory. "You want to talk about what's best for this child? I am what's best for him. I know what it's like to be alone. I know what it's like to be scared. I will never, ever let him feel that way. You, with your money and your threats, and your cold, empty houses. You are the danger, not me." "You have no idea who you're dealing with," David says, his voice a low threat. "And you have no idea who you're dealing with," I retort. "You see a girl from the foster system. I see a survivor who built a business, a home, a life with my bare hands. You threaten to take away my money? I've never had any. You threaten to take away my reputation? I built it from scratch, and I will build it again. But you will not take this boy. You will have to go through me. And I promise you, I have nothing left to lose." The air in the foyer crackles, a standoff between old money and sheer, unadulterated will. Blake moves to stand beside me, his shoulder brushing mine, a solid, unwavering presence. We are a wall, a united front. I believe that's my cue. The voice is calm, dry, and utterly unexpected. We all turn. James Wright stands in the open doorway, framed by the flashing lights of the police cars. He looks entirely unruffled, his suit immaculate, his expression one of bored disapproval, as if he's just walked in on a particularly tedious board meeting. "Mr. Wright," David sputters, caught completely off guard. "What are you doing here?" "My job," Wright says, stepping into the foyer. He gives the Morrisons' lawyer a look of profound pity. "I was alerted to a security incident on the property. It seems I've arrived just in time for the fireworks." He turns his cool, analytical gaze on David and Patricia. I believe Eleanor anticipated this exact scenario, this hostile takeover attempt. His gaze lands on me and Blake, on Landon clinging to my neck. A flicker of something, approval, satisfaction, crosses his face before it's gone. Eleanor was a brilliant strategist, Wright says, his voice filling the suddenly silent foyer. She planned for every contingency. She knew you, David. She knew your greed, your pride, and she left one final move on the chessboard. One last message for all of us. He reaches into his briefcase and pulls out a slim tablet. He holds it up, the screen glowing in the dim light. "She felt it was best," he says, his voice sounding like a low, dramatic pronouncement, "that she have the last word." Wright taps the screen. Eleanor's face fills the display. She's not in a formal setting. She's in her garden, the one just outside, sitting in a wicker chair with the fairy lights twinkling behind her. She looks serene, beautiful, and utterly in control. "Hello, everyone," she says, voice as crisp and clear as if she were in the room with us. She smiles, a small knowing curve of her lips. "If you're watching this, it means David Morrison has decided to disregard my final wishes and is attempting to seize control of my grandson's life." Predictable but disappointing. David's face turns a mottled, furious red. "Let me be clear," Eleanor continues, her gaze direct as if she's looking right at him. "My son, Landon's father, was a casualty of your world, David. A world of pressure and expectation and deals that were more important than people. I will not allow my grandson to be your next project. He is not a pawn in your sterling merger." A choked sound escapes Patricia's throat. The lawyer beside David goes pale. Blake's hand finds mine, his fingers lacing through mine. A silent, solid support. "I didn't choose Blake and Chelsea by accident," Eleanor says, her tone softening as her gaze seems to find us. "I chose them because I have something you've never understood, David. I saw the way Black and Chelsea looked at each other when they thought no one was watching. The longing, the frustration, the undeniable pull. I saw two good people who were too stubborn and too scared to see the gift that was right in front of them." A hot flush creeps up my neck. Her words are a public undressing, a stripping away of all our defenses in front of this hostile audience. "They will make mistakes," Eleanor says, a fond, sad smile on her lips. "They will fight. They will probably drive each other insane. But they will do it with love. And they will always put that boy first. A concept you find inconvenient." Her expression hardens again, the strategist returning. "Which brings me to my final point. I have left a sworn, notarized affidavit with the presiding judge in the family court to be unsealed in the event of any custody challenge from you or your family, David. It details your manipulative business practices, your emotional neglect of Blake, your own son, and your unsuitability as a guardian. It also contains a rather interesting addendum about your creative offshore accounting. I imagine the IRS would find it fascinating reading." She leans forward, her eyes two chips of brilliant cold ice. "So you see, you have a choice. You can walk away now and allow these two people to build a family for my grandson. Or you can proceed with your little lawsuit, and I will burn your entire world to the ground from beyond the grave. Your move." The video ends. The screen goes black. The silence in the foyer is absolute. It's the silence of a total, unconditional surrender. David Morrison stands there, his face an angry mask of stunned, impotent rage. His lawyer looks like he's about to be physically ill. "Well," Wright says into the quiet, a note of profound satisfaction in his voice. "That seems to be that." He looks at David's lawyer. "I trust you'll be advising your client to withdraw his petition?" The lawyer just nods, a single jerky movement, unable to speak. David opens his mouth, then closes it. For the first time in his life, he has no move left to make. He turns, and without another word, he and Patricia and their defeated lawyer walk out the front door, this time for good. The door clicks shut, and the silence that remains is different. It's clean. It's clear. The war is over. Rosa is quietly ushering the dismissed police officers out. James Wright gives us a small, almost imperceptible nod and retreats to his car. We are finally, truly alone. It's just us. Me, Blake, and the sleeping boy in my arms. The three of us, standing in the grand foyer, the echo of Eleanor's final devastating words hanging between us. I saw the way you looked at each other. I look at Blake. He's already looking at me, his eyes dark and full of 1,000 unspoken things. The external threat is gone, but now we have to face the terrifying, beautiful, and undeniable truth that a dead woman saw more clearly than we ever could.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 28. Blake. The house is quiet. It's a new kind of quiet, one I've never heard here before. It's not the oppressive, haunted silence of our first days, nor the tense, fragile quiet of our ceasefire. This is a calm, settled peace, the deep, exhausted breath after a long and brutal war. The police are gone. Rosa has gone home, and Landon is finally, truly, asleep upstairs, his small body radiating a peaceful warmth that feels like a benediction. We're in the living room, a bottle of Eleanor's best red wine open on the coffee table between us. We haven't spoken much since Wright left. We don't need to. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the echo of Eleanor's final words, of Landon's desperate, clinging arms, of my father's final defeated retreat. It's full of us. Chelsea is curled on the opposite end of the massive sofa, a glass of wine cradled in her hands. She looks small and fragile in the dim light, the Queen's armor finally set aside. She just looks tired and beautiful. So damn beautiful it makes my chest ache. I watch her take a sip of wine, the firelight catching the elegant curve of her neck. I saw the way you looked at each other. Eleanor's words are a ghost in the room, a truth we can no longer run from. All my logic, all my carefully constructed systems have been rendered obsolete by one simple, irrefutable data point. I am in love with this woman. The realization is not a slow, dawning thing. It's a quiet, absolute certainty that settles in my bones as real and solid as this glass in my hand. I can't go back. I can't go back to the Cold War, to the polite, painful distance. After tonight, after watching her stand up to my family, after feeling her fight for us, for this, I need to lock it down. I need to build a fortress around this fragile, beautiful thing we found. We need to talk about our next move, I say, my voice rumbling in the quiet room. She looks up, her dark eyes wary over the rim of her glass. The shields are still there, just below the surface. What next move? The war is over, Blake. We won. The battle is over, I correct gently. The war. My father doesn't give up that easily. He'll find another angle, another way to attack. We're safe for now, but we need to be ironclad, unassailable. And how do we do that? She asks, a hint of the old challenge in her voice. Another 90-day plan from right? No, I say, setting my glass down on the table with a soft, decisive click. I stand up and walk over to her end of the sofa, sinking to my knees on the thick rug in front of her. The position feels right, an act of supplication, of surrender. Her eyes widen, her breath catching in her throat. A legal partnership isn't enough, I say, my voice dropping to a low, intense thing. I take her wine glass from her trembling fingers and set it aside. I take her hands in mine. Her skin is soft, her fingers cold. A guardianship isn't enough. To protect him, to protect this, we need to be a family. Legally, irrefutably. I look into her beautiful, guarded eyes, and I lay my last card on the table. Chelsea Williams, marry me. She just stares at me, her face a mask of stunned, uncomprehending shock. It's for Landon, I continue, the words feeling like a necessary, logical lie. It's the ultimate strategic move. It makes us untouchable. A united, legal front. A business merger of the most personal kind. It's for the best. Her expression shifts, the shock hardening into a familiar, defensive disappointment. She pulls her hands from mine. Is that all this is to you? She whispers, her voice a raw, wounded thing. A strategy? A business merger? I look at her, at the walls snapping back into place around her heart, and I know the logical lie isn't enough. The truth is the only thing that will work now. I want to say yes, I admit, my voice a rough, honest rasp. The logical, methodical part of me wants to tell you that this is purely for Landon, that it's the most efficient solution to our problem. But I can't. I take a ragged breath, the confession a terrifying, liberating leap of faith. I can't hide behind my ulterior motives anymore, Chelsea. I've fallen in love with you. A small, choked sound escapes her lips. I've fallen in love with your passion and your fire, and your infuriating, beautiful chaos, I continue, the words pouring out of me now, a floodgate of truth. I've fallen in love with the way you fight for the people you love. I don't just want to be Landon's guardian. I want to be your husband. I want this, all of it, the messy, the complicated, the terrifying. I want to be a family, a real family, with you. Tears well in her eyes, big silent drops that trace shimmering paths down her cheeks. Blake, you don't have to say anything, I say quickly, my own heart a frantic, wild thing in my chest. I know it's too much, too soon, but... I love you too, she whispers, the words a fragile, beautiful gift that steals the breath from my lungs. God help me. I think I have from the very beginning. And that's it. The last wall crumbles. The last defense falls. The air in the room is thick with it, with the raw, terrifying, and overwhelming truth of us. I lean in, my hands finding her face, my thumbs gently wiping away her tears. The kiss is nothing like the others. It's not a battle. It's not a surrender. It's a homecoming. It's slow and deep and full of all the things we could never say. It's a promise. I lift her into my arms, her legs wrapping around my waist as if they were made to be there. I carry her up the grand staircase, into her room, her sanctuary, and I lay her down on the bed, a queen in her rightful place. For a long moment I just look at her, a masterpiece of strength and vulnerability in the soft glow of the bedside lamp. I worship her with my eyes, from the intricate crown of her braids to the defiant, beautiful art on her skin. "You are the most pristine thing I have ever seen," I whisper, "and it is the most honest, logical truth I have ever spoken."
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
"You're not getting rid of me, Morrison," she whispers, a flicker of the old fire returning, but softened now, tempered by the warmth in her gaze. "It's not a challenge. It's a promise." "Never," I say, my own voice thick with emotion so profound it threatens to break me. "This is forever. You, me, and that little boy upstairs. This is my forever." I pull her down for another kiss, and as our lips meet, I know, with a knowing that transcends all logic, all data, all planning, that I am finally, completely home.
Chapter 29. Chelsea. The month that follows is a strange, breathtaking lesson in how to breathe again. For my entire life, I've woken up braced for a fight. My first conscious thought has always been a quiet internal check of my perimeter, an assessment of the day's potential threats. Now I wake up to the smell of coffee. It's a small thing, but it's everything. I come downstairs this morning, my feet silent on the grand staircase, and find him in the kitchen. He's already dressed for work in a crisp blue shirt and dark trousers, but he's standing at the counter, a look of intense, methodical concentration on his face as he butters toast and cuts the crusts off for Landon. The morning sun slants through the massive windows, catching the gold in his hair. He's humming, a low, tuneless sound that has become the soundtrack to my mornings. He senses me, looking up with a smile that crinkles the corners of his eyes. The dimple makes an appearance. My stomach no longer twists with animosity. It does a slow, warm, ridiculous flip. "Morning," he rumbles. "Coffee's ready?" I was just about to start the assembly line for lunches. This is our new rhythm, a clumsy, beautiful dance of two opposing forces, finding a shared center of gravity. His structure, my chaos. He makes the schedules and organizes the grocery delivery. I handle the spontaneous dance parties and the monster checks before bed. He makes sure Landon's homework is done. I make sure Landon knows it's okay to color outside the lines. It's a partnership that shouldn't work, a Frankenstein's monster of a family. And it is, without a doubt, the most precious thing I have ever been a part of. At Bright Dreamers, we've become a formidable and slightly terrifying team. We sit side by side in what used to be his office, now our shared command center. The 2-inch binders still exist, but now they sit next to my messy piles of art supplies and scrawled-on napkins full of ideas. Today, we're dealing with a parent who is convinced her child is a prodigy who requires an advanced curriculum that doesn't exist for 4-year-olds. A month ago, this would have been a week-long war between Blake and me. He would have presented data. I would have argued for emotional intelligence. Now he pulls up the child's developmental assessment on the large monitor. "As you can see, Mrs. Gable," he says, his voice a calm, authoritative wave of logic. Leo is excelling in his linguistic skills. His pattern recognition is off the charts. He then turns the meeting over to me. "Which is why," I say, leaning forward with a warm smile. We're so excited to channel that incredible energy. We're starting a new storytelling project where Leo can be the lead author. It will allow him to build on his strengths while also developing the collaborative and social-emotional skills that are so crucial at this stage. We are a well-oiled machine. His logic, my heart. We are a wall. Later, after the parent has left, placated and impressed, Blake leans back in his chair, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "You're a shark, Williams," he says, a look of pure, unadulterated admiration in his eyes. "Learn from the best, Morrison," I shoot back, a grin spreading across my face. The only shadow in our new, sunlit world is his family. They call, or rather, she does, Patricia. Her number flashes on Blake's phone at least once a day. He never answers. This evening, it happens again. We're in the kitchen, cleaning up after a dinner of my decidedly non-nutritionally balanced but delicious spaghetti when his phone rings. The name Mother flashes on the screen. Blake's entire body goes rigid. The easy smile he had just a moment ago vanishes, replaced by a hard, closed-off expression. He hits the ignore button with a sharp final tap. The silence that follows is heavy. I walk over to him, my hand finding the tense, knotted muscles of his back. I don't say anything. I don't offer platitudes or advice. I just stand there, my hand a quiet, steady pressure, offering the one thing I know how to give, my presence. He lets out a long, ragged breath and turns, pulling me into his arms. He buries his face in my neck, his body a taut line of unresolved pain. "She sent a letter to my lawyer," he murmurs against my skin. "An apology. Wants to reconnect." "And what do you want?" I ask, my voice a soft whisper. "I want this," he says, his arms tightening around me. Just this. The quiet. You. Landon. I don't have room for their poison anymore. "Then that's the answer," I say simply. "For now. Maybe not forever, but for now." He pulls back, his hands framing my face. His green eyes are dark, intense, and full of a raw, vulnerable emotion that still makes my breath catch. He looks at me, really looks at me, and I see the cost of his choice. The severing of a lifetime of duty and expectation. I see the weight of what he's taken on. And I have a knowing that settles deep in my bones that I will spend the rest of my days helping him carry it. He leans in, and his mouth finds mine. The kiss is not the frantic, desperate collision of the office. It's not the angry, hungry battle of our early days. This is something else entirely. It's slow and deep, and full of a quiet, unshakable certainty. It tastes of spaghetti and wine, and the promise of 1,000 more messy, beautiful, ordinary nights just like this one. It's the kiss of a man who has finally come home, and the woman who was brave enough to let him in.
Chapter 30. Blake. The garden is a glorious, beautiful riot. Dozens of small children, high on sugar and the sheer, unadulterated joy of a bouncy castle, are a swirling vortex of primary-colored chaos. The air smells of cut grass, grilled hot dogs, and bubble solution. A few months ago, this scene, the noise, the mess, the utter lack of a structured itinerary, would have sent my anxiety into overdrive. Today, it's just the backdrop to the single most perfect moment of my life. I'm standing near the ancient oak tree, our tree, watching Chelsea. She's in the center of the lawn, a smear of blue frosting on her cheek, orchestrating a chaotic game of musical statues. Landon, the official birthday boy and DJ, is manning the portable speaker, his small face a mask of intense, 5-year-old concentration. He cuts the music, and Chelsea freezes in a ridiculous pose, one arm thrown in the air, her hips cocked, a look of mock surprise on her face. The kids erupt in a wave of giggles. She catches my eye from across the lawn, and her smile, a genuine, dazzling thing that I know is just for me, hits me with the force of a physical impact. In this moment, she is not the formidable queen or the fierce warrior. She's just a woman bathed in the golden afternoon sun, laughing with our son. My woman. Our son. The words are a quiet, profound hum in my chest, a truth so deep and so absolute it rearranges my entire world. This is it. This is the data point I've been missing my whole life. Not the sterile, predictable outcome of a spreadsheet, but the chaotic, beautiful, and utterly perfect variable of happiness. I've known for months that I want to spend my life with her, but it's been a quiet, settled fact between us, an unspoken treaty. But watching her now, so full of life and love, so completely at home in this family we've built, I know that's not enough. A quiet understanding isn't what she deserves. She deserves a declaration. She deserves a promise, made in the light of day, witnessed by the world. My hand goes to the pocket of my linen trousers, my fingers closing around the small, velvet-covered box that has been a burning, secret weight there all day. My heart, usually a steady, predictable machine, begins a frantic, disorderly rhythm against my ribs. I wait for my moment. It comes a half hour later during the chaotic, sugar-fueled frenzy of cake and presents. Landon is happily tearing the wrapping paper off a new, enormous Lego set, and most of the parents are gathered in a loose circle watching. I find Chelsea near the fairy light grotto, packing up discarded wrapping paper into a trash bag. "Hey," I say, a little rougher than I intend. She looks up, her face flushed and happy. "Hey, yourself. Can you believe this beautiful chaos?" "I can," I say, and the words are the truest thing I've ever said. "Chelsea, can I steal you for a minute?" She gives me a curious look but nods, following me as I lead her through the curtain of weeping branches into the quiet, magical sanctuary of our secret garden. The fairy lights are on, tiny pinpricks of gold in the deepening afternoon light. The noise of the party fades, replaced by a soft, intimate quiet. "What's up?" she asks, a small teasing smile on her lips. "Did you want to critique my musical statue's methodology?" "No," I say seriously. I take both of her hands in mine, my gaze locked on hers. Her smile falters, replaced by a look of wide-eyed, questioning surprise. "I know we have an agreement," I begin, my voice unsteady. "I know we have a life and a home, and this beautiful, incredible thing we've built. But it's not enough for me. Our quiet understanding on the couch that night isn't enough." I sink to one knee on the soft, forgiving moss. The world narrows to her face, to the stunned, beautiful disbelief in her dark eyes. "I don't want to be a partner because a trust document told me to," I say, my voice thick with emotions so profound that they threaten to break me. "Don't want to be your co-guardian because we were forced into it. I want to be your husband because I cannot imagine a single day of the rest of my days without you. I want to make it official. The whole deal. A real proposal." I pull the small box from my pocket. It feels impossibly heavy in my trembling hand. I flip it open. Inside, a simple, elegant diamond sits on a platinum band, catching the light of 1,000 tiny fairies. "Chelsea Williams," I say in a raw, broken whisper, "will you marry me?" For a long, heart-stopping moment, she just stares at me, her hands flying to her mouth, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she starts to laugh. It's not the reaction I was expecting. It's a choked, watery, and utterly hysterical sound of pure, unadulterated joy. "You have got to be kidding me," she says through her laughter, tears now streaming down her face. My own face falls. You're laughing. I'm not laughing at you, you beautiful, wonderful idiot," she says, sinking to her knees in front of me. She's fumbling with the pocket of her jeans. I'm laughing at us. She pulls out a small, slightly battered-looking ring box. It's not velvet, it's cardboard. She flips it open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded cotton, is a simple, thick band of brushed silver. It's masculine, understated, and absolutely perfect. My brain short-circuits. I just stare at the box in her hand, the pieces refusing to connect. You bought me a ring? I whisper, the words feeling stupid, inadequate. Of course I did, she says, her own voice thick with tears and laughter. I'm a woman of action, Morrison. I was just waiting for the right moment. I guess you just beat me to it. And then I'm laughing too. A deep rumbling sound of pure, incredulous joy. We're kneeling in a secret garden, surrounded by fairy lights, holding 2 engagement rings, 2 halves of the same impossible, beautiful thought. So, is that a yes? I ask, my grin so wide it hurts. It's a hell yes, she says, launching herself into my arms. We fall back onto the soft moss, a tangle of laughter and tears, and overwhelming, world-altering love. Hey, what are you guys doing? Landon's small voice cuts through our private world. We sit up. He's standing in the opening of the grotto, a piece of cake in his hand, his face showing profound 5-year-old curiosity. I look at Chelsea, my heart so full it feels like it's going to burst. I hold out my hand to him. Come here, buddy. He walks over, looking from my face to Chelsea's, at the tear tracks on both of our cheeks. Are you sad? No, sweetheart, Chelsea says, her voice a thick, happy sob. She holds up her hand, showing him the ring I just put on her finger. We're happy. Mr. Blake and I are going to get married. His eyes go wide. A slow, dazzling grin spreads across his face. For real? For real, I say, my own voice choked with emotion. He lets out a whoop of pure, unadulterated joy that is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. He launches himself at us, his small, sticky body crashing into ours, his arms wrapping around both of our necks. So you're really a family now? He shouts into my ear. We always were, buddy, I say, my arms closing around both of them, my 2 constants, my entire world. We just made it official. I look over Landon's head at Chelsea. She's looking at me, her eyes shining. A universe of love in their dark, beautiful depths. The sound of applause, a wave of cheers and happy cries from the party guests who have witnessed the whole thing, is a distant, happy roar. Maya is openly weeping, a beautiful, purple-streaked mess. It's about damn time, she yells, cracking a joke through her tears. But I don't hear any of it. All I hear is the steady, peaceful rhythm of our 3 hearts beating together as one. Chapter 31. Blake. 4 months. That's 122 days. 2,928 hours. And in every single second of that time, I've been waiting for this moment. The garden is a masterpiece of beautiful, intentional chaos. Chelsea's chaos. Fairy lights, the same ones from our secret grotto, are woven through the branches of the ancient oak tree, creating a canopy of soft, golden stars against the late afternoon sky. The air is rich with the scent of roses and the happy, humming buzz of our friends and family, our real family, the one we built from scratch. I stand under the oak, my hands clasped in front of me. For a man who built his life on control, I have never felt so completely unmoored. My heart is a frantic, disorderly machine, a system on the verge of a catastrophic, joyful crash. Then the small string quartet tucked near the rose bushes begins to play, a soft, sweet melody. And I see them. Landon comes first. He's our ring bearer, a title he has taken with the solemn gravity of a knight entrusted with the Holy Grail. He's wearing a tiny, perfectly tailored tuxedo, his dark hair slicked back. He's not carrying a pillow. He's carrying a bright yellow Tonka truck-sized dump truck, which he pushes down the mossy aisle with painstaking precision. In the bed of the truck, Nestled on a bed of fresh moss sit our rings, our ridiculous perfect rings. He doesn't look at anyone. He just focuses on his sacred earth-moving duty, a small, serious man on a mission. And then I see her, and the world stops. The music, the guests, the gentle breeze. It all fades to a distant, silent hum. She's walking down the aisle on the arm of James Wright, who looks both deeply uncomfortable and profoundly proud. The dress is not what I expected. It's not a confection of lace and tulle. It's Chelsea. It's a sleek, elegant column of ivory silk that skims her incredible curves, the neckline a graceful, swooping cowl that hints at the swell of her cleavage. Her hair is a crown of intricate, glorious braids, woven with tiny, delicate pearls. Her tattoos are a stark, beautiful declaration of art against her warm, glowing skin. She's the most breathtaking variable I have ever seen. She meets my gaze, and her smile, a radiant, tear-bright thing, is the only data point that matters. The universe contracts to this single, perfect moment. When she reaches me, she takes my hands. Her skin is warm, her grip a firm, steady anchor. Landon parks his dump truck with a quiet thump at our feet and stands between us, a solemn 5-year-old guard. The ceremony is a blur. I can't tell you a word the officiant says. My entire being is focused on the woman in front of me, on the feel of her hands in mine, on the universe of love in her dark, beautiful eyes. And it's time. I take a ragged breath, pulling a folded piece of paper from my pocket. Her eyes twinkle with amusement. Of course I have notes. "Chelsea," I begin, my voice a rough, unfamiliar thing. "Pursuant to the events of the last several months, I have prepared a statement of intent regarding the formal merger of our two entities." A wave of soft laughter ripples through the garden. Chelsea's smile widens, a beautiful, dazzling thing. "Whereas," I continue, my voice gaining strength, "the party of the first part, one Chelsea Williams, did willfully and with extreme prejudice invade the orderly systems and protocols of the party of the second part, Blake Morrison, with unscheduled bursts of passion, joy, and a flagrant disregard for nutritional guidelines." More laughter. I risk a glance at Landon, who is watching me with a look of profound, serious approval. "And whereas the party of the second part did, with considerable resistance, discover that a life without unscheduled, chaotic variables is, in fact, a life that is operating at a significant emotional deficit. And whereas the introduction of said chaos has resulted in a net happiness increase of approximately 1,000%. I fold the paper and put it back in my pocket. The script is done. This part is just for her. "My life was a fortress, Chelsea," I whisper brokenly. "And you didn't just breach the walls. You bulldozed them. You planted a garden in the rubble. You are the most beautiful, brilliant, and terrifying variable I have ever encountered. And I want to spend my entire life analyzing the data. I love you." Her eyes are shining, tears tracing shimmering paths down her cheeks. She squeezes my hands. "Okay, my turn," she whispers. She doesn't have notes. Of course she doesn't. "Blake," she begins, her voice a thick, beautiful sob. "I came into this with a single guiding principle. Trust no one. Family was a weapon. Love was a liability. And structure was a cage. I thought my life's work was to build walls high enough that no one could ever hurt me again." She looks at me, her gaze a searing, honest thing that strips me bare. "And then you came along with your spreadsheets and your schedules and your infuriatingly logical mind. And you didn't try to tear down my walls. You just stood outside them and offered me a plan. A ridiculous, color-coded, laminated plan for a life I was too scared to even dream of." She laughs, a wet, choked sound. "You were right about one thing, you beautiful, wonderful idiot. Structure is important. You and Landon, you are my structure. You're the foundation under my feet. You're the walls that don't feel like a prison, but like a home." Her voice breaks. "I came into this thinking I had nothing to lose. And now Now, I have everything. And I love you more than I have words for. The officiant clears her throat, her own eyes suspiciously bright. And now, the rings. Landon, ever the professional, carefully retrieves the 2 bands from his truck and holds them up to us. I take the simple silver band, her ring for me. As I slide it onto her finger, I say the only words that matter. With this ring, I thee wed. She takes my ring, the platinum band with the single, perfect diamond. Her hand is trembling slightly as she slides it onto my finger. With this ring, she whispers, her voice thick with love, I thee wed. Then by the power vested in me, the officiant says, beaming, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride, and I do. I pull her into my arms, my mouth finding hers in a kiss that is not about passion or surrender or even promises. It's a kiss of pure, unadulterated, and everlasting joy. The garden erupts in a wave of cheers and applause, and in the middle of it all, a small, triumphant voice shouts, Yes! Finally! We break the kiss, laughing, and look down. Landon is standing between us, his arms thrown in the air, a look of pure, unadulterated victory on his small, serious face. And as we both bend down to wrap him in our arms, a single, perfect thought crystallizes in my mind. The war is over, and we all won.
Chapter 32. Chelsea. The last of the party guests have gone, and Landon is safely tucked in for a sleepover at Rosa's, a fact for which I am profoundly, sinfully grateful. The scent of champagne and rose petals still clings to my skin, a ghost of the public celebration. But this is the private one, the real one. Blake stands by the window, bathed in the soft silver glow of the moonlight, streaming in from the garden. He's already shed his jacket and tie, his white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He looks like a beautiful, dangerous pirate who has just come ashore to claim his prize. And his prize is me. My heart is a wild, frantic drum against my ribs, a chaotic rhythm of anticipation, and a love so profound it almost hurts to breathe. Come here, wife, he says in a rough rumble that vibrates right through me. The word wife lands in the center of my chest, a brand of heat and possession and forever. I walk toward him, the silk of my wedding dress, a whisper against the floor. When I reach him, I don't speak. I just rise up on my toes and kiss him. It's a slow, deep, and devastating kiss. It's a kiss that tastes of promises kept and a future I never dared to imagine. His hands find my hair, his fingers tangling in the intricate braids, undoing the pins, letting the pearls scatter like tiny fallen stars onto the carpet. He breaks the kiss to look at me, his green eyes dark and blazing with a raw, possessive hunger that makes my knees weak. Let me take care of you, he whispers, his voice thick with an emotion so deep it's almost reverence. He sinks to his knees in front of me, his hands finding the hem of my dress. He lifts it slowly, his gaze a searing brand on my skin as he reveals me inch by inch. He kisses my ankles, my calves, the sensitive skin behind my knees. His hands slide up my thighs, his thumbs tracing lazy, torturous circles that make my core clench. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, You'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Thank God Rosa got Landon for a sleepover. I whisper into the quiet, my voice a rough, exhausted thing. We would have woken him up, and possibly the entire neighborhood. He lets out a deep, rumbling laugh, the sound a beautiful, happy vibration against my cheek. He pulls me closer, his lips finding mine in a soft, tender kiss that tastes of salt and promises. I love you, Mrs. Morrison, he murmurs against my mouth. I love you too, husband, I say. And the word, which was a filthy, desperate plea just moments ago, is now the truest, most beautiful thing I have ever said. And as I drift off to sleep in the safe, warm circle of his arms, I know, with a certainty that settles deep in my bones, that this is just the beginning of our forever. Chapter 33. Chelsea. A year ago, I woke up every morning braced for a fight. Today, I wake up to the gentle rhythmic thrum of a tiny foot kicking my bladder. It's the most beautiful, inconvenient, and magical alarm clock in the world. Good morning, my little warrior, I whisper, my hand resting on the tight, round globe of my belly. The baby gives another enthusiastic kick, as if in greeting. Blake stirs beside me, his arm tightening around me, his hand coming to rest over mine on my stomach. Morning, wife, he murmurs, his voice a low, sleepy rumble against my back. Is our daughter practicing her kickboxing routine again? She has her father's dedication to a structured morning workout, I say, a smile in my voice. I lean back into the solid, warm wall of his chest, a feeling that has become as essential to me as breathing. This is my new normal. Waking up in a bed that doesn't feel like a temporary stop. Waking up next to a man who looks at me like I am the sun. Waking up in a life I never, in my wildest, most audacious dreams, thought was possible for someone like me. Hey, a small voice whispers from the doorway. We both turn. Landon stands there, already dressed in the tiny tuxedo that hangs in his closet for special occasions. His hair slicked back with a frankly alarming amount of gel. He's holding a well-worn copy of The Very Hungry Caterpillar. It's story time for the baby, he announces, his expression one of profound, big brotherly seriousness. He clambers onto the bed and curls up against my bump, placing one small hand protectively on my stomach. Okay, little sister, he says, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper. Today, we're going to learn about the importance of a balanced diet. Blake catches my eye over Landon's head, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated love. He mouths the words, I love you. I mouth them back, my heart so full it feels like it's going to beat right out of my chest. This, right here, is my forever. My 2 boys, my soon-to-be daughter. This beautiful, chaotic, and ridiculously perfect life. Later that evening, I'm standing in front of the full-length mirror, staring at my reflection. We're going to the awards, the Best of the Bay Awards, the place where it all began. The woman staring back at me is a stranger. She's wearing a gown of deep royal purple silk that skims over the proud, happy curve of my 8-month pregnant belly. My hair is a crown of glorious, intricate braids, woven with the tiny pearls from my wedding day. The diamond on my left hand catches the light, a steady, brilliant star. I look regal, powerful, happy. Blake comes to stand behind me, his hands resting on my shoulders, his chin on my head. He's in a classic, perfectly tailored tuxedo, the embodiment of timeless, breathtaking elegance. He looks like a goddamn movie star. My movie star. You okay? He asks, his green eyes meeting mine in the mirror. I'm okay, I say, and the words are the truest thing I've ever said. My fingers find the tattoos on my forearm, but it's not a search for strength anymore. It's just a reminder of the journey, of the woman I was and the woman I have become, When we walk into the ballroom, it's like stepping into a dream. Last time, I walked into this room alone, a soldier in a white dress, ready for battle. Tonight I walk in on the arm of my husband, my hand resting on his, our son walking proudly beside us. The whispers that follow us this time are not of scandal, but of something that looks a lot like awe. We are not a train wreck. We are a team, a force, a family. We find our table, where Maya is already holding court, looking magnificent in a shimmering silver dress. She stands up and pulls me into a fierce, careful hug. "Look at you," she whispers in my ear, her voice thick with emotion. "A whole-ass queen. I told you." When they get to our category, excellence in early childhood education, my hand finds Blake's under the table. His fingers lace through mine, a warm, steady anchor. I feel a tiny, powerful kick from inside me, as if our daughter is cheering us on. "And the winner," the presenter says, tearing open the envelope, "is Bright Dreamers Academy." The room erupts in a genuine, thunderous wave of applause. Blake squeezes my hand, his face breaking into a wide, beautiful grin. He leans in and kisses me, a deep, sweet kiss that tastes of victory and champagne and forever. We walk to the stage, the three of us, a united front. Blake gets to the podium first. "Thank you," he says, his voice clear and steady, but infused with a warmth that was never there before. They say that structure is the key to success. And for a long time, I believed that. But this last year has taught me that structure without heart is just a cage. He turns to look at me, his eyes full of a love so profound it makes the whole room disappear. My wife taught me that the most important lessons aren't in the curriculum. They're in the chaos, in the magic. This award doesn't belong to me. It belongs to her. He hands the microphone to me, and my own eyes are burning with tears. "My husband is a brilliant man," I say, my voice sounding like a thick, happy sob. "But he's wrong about one thing. This award doesn't belong to me, and it doesn't belong to him. It belongs to us. He gave my chaotic, passionate world a foundation. He gave it a home." I look out at the sea of faces, and I feel no fear, no insecurity, just a deep, quiet certainty. He taught me that family isn't a weapon, it's an anchor, and I am so lucky to be anchored to him. I turn and kiss him again. A deep, loving kiss in front of the entire world, the applause a roaring, happy wave washing over us. And a small, clear, and very loud voice cuts through the noise, broadcast by the microphone still clutched in my hand. "I told you they were going to get married," Landon shouts, his arms thrown in the air in triumph. The room dissolves into a fresh wave of laughter and applause. I look at Blake, my beautiful, wonderful husband. I look at Landon, our smart, funny, incredible son. I place a hand on my belly, on the new life, the new love that we created together. It's the same place, but it's a different universe. A universe where a girl from the foster system gets to be a queen, and a boy in a fortress gets to be a king. And together, in the midst of their beautiful, chaotic, and magical kingdom, they get to live happily ever after.